Dear ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the 12th annual forum of the European Union Strategy for the Danube region, jointly organized by the Republic of Slovenia, the European Commission and the Danube Region Programme with the support of the Danube Strategy Point.
The event marks the end of the Slovenian EUSDR presidency, which will be handed over to Austria. Themed EUSDR entering the decade for the future, the forum will include discussions on EU enlargement and support to candidate countries, Ukraine's recovery, the so-called embedding process, the region's energy and transport challenges, youth participation in EUSDR, and the professions of the future.
And the first speaker of honor at the opening ceremony is Ms. Tanja Fajon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign and European Affairs at the Government of the Republic of Slovenia. Please welcome.
Madam Fajon, the floor is yours.
Dobar dan, good afternoon, warm welcome to everyone, dear ministers, dear friends, dear colleagues, excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to speak in front of so many friends of the Danube region, gathered in Slovenia in this beautiful place, Brdo, to celebrate with us a year of successful macro-regional cooperation. Being here in such numbers is a proof of relevance of such cooperation and motivation to all of us to deliver on the objectives of the strategy. In recent years, we have seen that cooperation and solidarity in the Danube region are not just empty words. We witnessed close cooperation during the pandemic period and stand in genuine solidarity with Ukraine, which is facing unprovoked military aggression from the Russian Federation. Slovenia this year experienced the worst natural disaster in its recent history, and we could not have recovered without unprecedented emergency assistance from our friends, our neighbors, in the region and beyond. This is what macro-regional strategies are all about. They promote stronger cooperation and solidarity while finding joint solutions to emerging regional challenges. The Danube region, stretching from the Black Forest to the Black Sea and from the Adriatic coast to Dniester River, is one of the most diverse regions in Europe. However, when faced by war, migration, or disastrous floods, we see how inextricably linked we are, regardless of the national or regional borders. Today, regional cooperation is a necessity and not an option. With this in mind, the Slovenian presidency of the EU strategy for the Danube region focused on deepening the cooperation across the EU borders. Our continent is undergoing rapid transformation, and today, all the participating countries in the Danube macro-regional strategy are either EU members or candidate countries. This makes the accession perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Republic of Moldova, Montenegro, Serbia and Ukraine more tangible, and it puts the cooperation within the EUSDR on a new level. To that end, my colleagues have worked hard to accommodate the needs of diverse stakeholders participating in the EUSDR, regardless of national borders, to explore the full potential of empowered macro-regional cooperation. We all understand that this process depends on effective cooperation with all relevant institutions, and I would like to call on the European Commission to give more tangible support to this process. At the same time, I invite all of you to further explore what macro-regional cooperation has to offer in the process of enlargement so that both the EU and the aspirants are ready by 2030. The future of our continent and the Danube region relies on the capacity of future generations to cope with challenges ahead. And I'm particularly happy that during our presidency we tackled the essential question of how our societies will look in 20 years' time and what opportunities there are for the young generation in the region. The youth are the co-creators of our common future. They will not only bear the fruits of the integration process, but are an important factor in this process already at this stage. I'm happy to see that we have motivated young people engaged in this strategy and telling us what sort of region they would like to live in. To them, I would like to say, keep on working with us. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to successfully cope with all the challenges the Danube region is facing in the decade of the future, we need to remain firm in our cooperation and flexible in our response. I would like to warmly welcome everyone to the 12th EUSDR Annual Forum and challenge you to be proactive and bold in the discussions. Thank you very much and wish us all fruitful time.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Our next speaker of honor is Mr. Alexander Jevšek, Minister of Cohesion and Regional Development in the government of the Republic of Slovenia.
Dobar dan. Dear participants of the annual forum of the EU strategy for the Danube region, distinguished representatives of national, regional and local authorities, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here with you today and to be able to share the thoughts on the contribution of cohesion policy and regional development to the progress of EU strategy for the Danube region. Priorities of EU macro-regional strategies are enshrined in program and implementing cohesion and Interreg programs. We live in a union whose policies are deeply shaped by different social, economic, technological, and geopolitical trends, the progress of twin transition and EU enlargement. That is why I believe that now, more than ever, we need a strong, resilient, and flexible cohesion policy that is strongly linked to the other EU policies. EU macro-regional strategies are an integral part of the political framework of the European Union. They make a comprehensive framework for solving common challenges in geographically distinct and defined areas. Such cooperation strongly contributes to the achievement of the economic, social, and territorial cohesion. As we prepared the partnership agreement for the 2021-2017 programming period a few years ago, we had to draw up a comprehensive and harmonized list of priorities of the 3 macro-regional strategies Slovenia is part of. We made it thanks to the strong effort of all relevant stakeholders and the hard work of national coordinator, Ministry of European and Foreign Affairs. We had a list of 19 macro-regional priorities that are relevant to all 3 macro-regional strategies to the Slovenian Partnership Agreement. In this context, I must underline the importance of a very efficient instrument, namely financial dialogue. It is the very basis of good cooperation and consultation on the embedding process in Slovenia. It includes thematic, institutional, and financial dimensions. A special national embedding tool was developed for the strategy for the Danube region to help us identify possible financing searches and link them to the relevant cohesion policy objectives under each financing search. Given that Slovenia is a relatively small country, we use a top-down approach to get the thematic and financial embedding of macro-regional strategic priorities into cohesion policy. To achieve this, good communication channels and strong partnership of all relevant stakeholders that work well were and still are must. Transnational cooperation programs, like the Danube transnational program that is under the responsibility of our ministry, are funding instruments that contribute to the implementation of different EU policies and strategies, including macro-regional strategies. Danube transnational program is therefore also one of the instruments among the many different funding opportunities that support the implementation of EU strategy. The setup of Danube transnational program fully considers the priorities of the EU strategy for the Danube region and financially supports the activities carried out under the strategy. Embedding of the priorities of the strategy is also part of implementing indirect cross-border cooperation programs. I must emphasize that this embedding goes beyond only financial activities and includes governance, evaluation, coordination, or communication measures within programming and implementation. The key issues of the strategy, such as mobility, energy, biodiversity, and socio-economic development, are also supported by cohesion policy. I will use the opportunity to stress that Slovenia strongly supports indirect programs also as regards post-27 cohesion policy. Cooperation between member states, regions, cities, villages, and people on the ground is everything the EU project is about. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in unprecedented times like this, when we are living through one crisis after another, it is more important than ever to work together, share experiences, build partnerships, be friends. So let's make the most of this annual forum. Let's seize this opportunity to grow and learn together. Thank you again for inviting me. I wish you a successful exchange of ideas and fruitful discussion of the coming days. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, we will hear the pre-recorded video message of Ms. Elisa Ferreira, European Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms.
Dear participants, welcome to this 12th Annual Forum for the Danube Strategy. 12 years of working together. 12 years of applying solutions developed by the people of the Danube region. Your efforts have made the Danube more navigable, helped to save the Danube sturgeon, and played a key role in dealing with risks such as floods and drought. Your efforts have also helped to address the labor and skills challenge of the Danube region. However, there is still work to be done on all these counts. 74% of small and medium-sized companies in Europe report skills shortages, while at the same time, 8 million young Europeans are stuck. They are neither in employment nor in education or training. And the future will bring even more challenges. Earlier this year, the Commission published our 4th report on the macro-regional strategies. We highlighted the need to diversify energy sources. Climate change has long made this necessary. Russian aggression has made it even more urgent. This very August, the droughts and floods in parts of Europe, notably in Slovenia and Austria, were a sad reminder that we must do all we can to both foster a more environmentally sustainable economy and mitigate the impact of climate change. And the Russian aggression has reminded us of the values and principles on which our Union is built, including democracy, the rule of law, and free cooperation on our common European future. In the face of this aggression, cooperation with Ukraine stands as a moral imperative, but also as a strategic objective to enhance both regional security and prosperity. European cohesion policy has contributed in many ways, such as allocating 1.3 billion euros to help cover the needs of Ukrainian refugees. Moreover, the resources initially designated for cooperation programs with Russia and Belarus are now redirected to strengthen our partnerships with Ukraine and Moldova, including through the Interreg Danube program. Ukraine, Moldova, Western Balkan countries are all part of the European family. A key goal of the Danube strategy is to help all these countries and regions in this ambition. My thanks to the organizers of this year's forum, both Slovenia and the Danube strategy point. My thanks to Slovenia for the outstanding contributions you have made during your presidency. And to the incoming Austrian presidency, I wish you every success. My warm regards to participants in the second Danube Youth Camp. I look forward to hearing what kind of future and what kind of Europe you, the young people, what you want. And to all of you present here today, the debate is launched on the future of cohesion policy, so I invite you all to take part in this reflection. And finally, I am pleased to see that the priorities of the Danube strategy are now embedded not only in cohesion policy programs, but in several other relevant EU-funded programs. I urge you to make maximum use of all these funding opportunities as you continue to promote the Danube region in the coming years. I wish you fruitful discussion and a fruitful forum. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
That was Commissioner Pereira. One of the highlights of the forum will be the high-level plenary panel. Before the opening in the morning, the ministers responsible for the EUSDR held a closed ministerial meeting at Brdo Castle, and now some of them will share their experiences and ideas on the EUSDR with us. I'm really honored to ask to the stage again the representatives of the present EU member states. From Slovenia, Ms. Tanja Fajon, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia. I think is marked somewhere, you're in the center. Then, of course, Mr. Alexander Schallenberg, Minister of European and International Affairs of the Republic of Austria. Then Mr. Zdenko Lucic, State Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Croatia. So 3 EU member states. Am I allowed to say now to the future of the European Union? Mr. Elmedin Konakovic, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ms. Tanja Mišević, Minister of European Integration of the Republic of Serbia. Ms. Ana Novaković-Đurović, Minister of Ecology, Spatial Planning and Urbanism of the Republic of Montenegro. Mr. Eugenio Harabara, Deputy Secretary General of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Moldova. And Mr. Andriy Taran, Ambassador of Ukraine to the Republic of Slovenia. Thank you so much for joining us. You already had a quite busy day, so I would like to start with a more relaxed question. Okay, we don't have representatives of Germany here, but then Austria takes over when it comes to Danube from Germany. It works most of the time. Mr. Schallenberg, can you simply give us your first thought in connection with the word Danube, but not Blue and Strauss?
So first I'm representing Germany, and then I'm not allowed to mention the Blue Danube and Strauss. That's a pretty
Well, actually, it's a free country. You can. I mean, Slovenia.
No, I would say for me the first connotation I have is history. It's a region of history. Some of it, a lot of it, bloody, but we have managed to make it peaceful. And what we have here is actually a laboratory of the future of our continent. Mm-hmm. I would say the Rhine is the future, is the river of the old Europe, and the Danube is the river of the future Europe.
Great, so history, future. Ms. Fajon, well, Slovenia doesn't have Danube, but of course Danube wouldn't be the same without the river of Sava, which actually emerges on two spectacular points in Slovenia. So when someone says Danube, you think what?
I will go beyond history, which I can also agree, but I kind of think of how water can connect, but also divide people if it's not managed well across the borders, and how important it is to preserve clean and safe water resources, so environment and climate, and all that can be our common, goals in preserving such strategies as Danube or the other rivers. We have other rivers in Slovenia, but it's very important how we manage them and how we protect them.
Okay, so we have history, we have future, we have environment, we have climate. Mr. Lucic, of course, Sava flows down to Croatia, but you also have Danube, so when someone says Dunav, you think of what?
Danube, first I think about life, water brings life, and Danube brings irrigation for fertile land and easy or affordable mean of transportation. So for the economic development, it is important. And throughout the history, Danube brought agriculture and economic development for the regions on both sides of the Danube.
So, culture, economy. Mr. Konakovic, Sava also flows in Bosnia. You're close to Danube. When someone mentions the river, you think what?
Today it's connecting people, it's like a commercial.
Yeah.
It is, of course, like protecting and connecting. Today this macroeconomic regional cooperation is really important for us, and our beautiful rivers. Have you ever been in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Oh, yes.
Many times. So you know how many beautiful rivers we also have?
Oh, yes.
It is, talking about rivers, it's maybe the most beautiful place in the world. Lakes, rivers, it's really beautiful. But on the other side today, it's really important because EU and non-EU countries, they're sitting together talking about European future. I like that, future European countries, not non-EU countries. So today it means like connecting people. That's my first thought.
So, connecting people, but not with Nokia. Then of course, we go to Serbia. Then it flows from Hungary to Croatia and also Serbia. So, Dunav, what is your first thought?
Well, I started this morning actually with answering this question.
But can you share it with us again?
Of course. For me, Danube is home. I was born and raised on the banks of this mighty river, and it's not only connectivity, but also the need to cherish, the need to work on both using the river as the connectivity point and not dividing point, and to use all the potentials of the river. or having such a mighty river living around it. That means not only in economic, but in socio-economic terms, in terms of development.
Great, so Danube as home. Ms. Novakovic-Đurović, well, if you look at the map, then Montenegrins would probably say Danube is far from home. But of course, you are in the region, and the region wouldn't be the same without you. So when someone says Dunav, what do you think?
Well, personally, when someone says Dunav, I think of music, because I sang a lot near Dunav. Okay. In a lot of occasions. But in general, I would say that it's opportunity for all the Danube region and the wealth, not only in terms of the environment, but other resources that my colleagues mentioned that we have to preserve, take care, and of course valorize in the future and take all the opportunities that we get.
Great, so Danube music too. Then we go to Mr. Harabara. Of course, Danube then goes through Romania, and then Bulgaria comes also to Moldova. Yes, your thoughts on Danube?
Danube is a bit far from Moldova, although we feel connected to this river. And when I say Danube, I have in mind cohesion, because around this big river we have so many countries, and it brings us all together. This is why it's not only about cohesion, it's also about economic development. It's about common vision and sharing common values.
Great. And last but not least, Mr. Taran. Of course, everything starts and ends in Ukraine, which means also for the Danube River.
I share the thought that Danube provides a great opportunity for EU and not EU countries to work together. First. Second, Danube brings us to this initiative, strategic initiative regarding Danube region, which reminds us that Danube could be a great instrument for identifying and joint approach to solve problems related to macro region.
Great. That was the easy question. Now we go on with the really hard questions. Well, Ms. Fajon, you had a ministerial meeting today. The draft of the joint statement was also published in a special edition of a leaflet, so ladies and gentlemen can actually read it. What was it about in the meeting today, in the morning? And of course, how do you assess Slovenia's participation in the strategy, but also in all the efforts to bring the EU further, also by enabling a faster process of joining new members? So first of all, the meeting today, and of course, then Slovenia's generous assessment of the importance of the region in this enlargement process.
Yes, thank you. We adopted a declaration, but that declaration was a result of several weeks and months of hard work together with all the experts and delegations from the strategy Danube region. And what is important is that we very much feel that we need closer cooperation in the region. Having been experiencing COVID, then war in Ukraine, that reflected all our statements today, that we are very vulnerable, that we have to stick together. You have a energy, food crisis. You have now war in the east. You have a conflict in the Middle East, in the south. You have a Western Balkans that tries hard through the reforms to get to the EU. So all these things, it's only natural that Slovenia is promoting such regional initiatives. Just to mention, one is Danube strategy that we are, as Slovenia, strongly involved, but then we are also part of a Alpine and Adriatic-Ionian strategy, which also, what is unique of all these strategies is that brings together EU participant candidate countries, all of them, and also the member states. So this is a very good platform where we can regionally discuss on topics that concern us all. That was the plenary this morning, where we all addressed, the strong support to Ukraine. We condemned the Russian aggression. We tried to find out what we can do better for energy safety, climate safety, how to fight together conflicts, how to boost youth, how to make it more, prosperous for young generations ahead, to make our region more stable and safe. And to give you another perspective, Slovenia is now an observer in the Security Council of UN. This is also one element where we can bring our positions, and quite often we discuss in a Security Council or in a UN how important are regional initiatives. And this is also one of the elements where we can, together with our positions, influence on a global stage. And that is where we try to be active. And for that reason, I think being part of these strategies, it's not a replacement of other tools, but it can just be a very important tool that we are closely cooperating. And that was the main message of today.
From the Austrian perspective, Mr. Schallenberg, what do you intend to do in the future while having the presidency of EUSDR? What was discussed today? What are the most important, let's say, points you take with you into the year of your presidency?
Well, first of all, I 100% agree with my friend Tanja Fajon. If anything, we have found out the last couple of years with the pandemic, the war, inflation, we need more cooperation. You have mentioned the floodings, where we talk to each other immediately on the phone. Elmedin, the same thing. We should never take each other for granted, and we have found out the hard way. Neighborhood matters, regional issues matter. A problem of any of us is a problem of the region and the other way around. Problem of the region becomes a problem of each and every member state. And there are many issues as far as Danube is concerned. We have heard them. It's about economy, it's about mobility, it's about environment, and our focus will be, not surprising, to a certain degree, security and stability. Yeah. You mentioned beforehand the keyword we said when we initiated together with the Romanians in 2011 this strategy from the Black Sea to the Black Forest. And now the Black Forest, you could say, a peaceful region in southern Bavaria, and the Black Sea is a war region, suffering an attack of Russia. This shows already the challenges we have. So stability and security will be an issue. We will bring together the whole region on the level of Minister of Interior and the Salzburg Forum together. We will have a tech summit and a business summit. And we will also continue the focus on youth, asking them to participate and tell us with all the other stakeholders what kind of vision they have for the region for 2040. But I believe the biggest aim, and that is something we have in common, which we will continue, is at the end of the day, we want this river of the future to be 100% EU river, meaning it should flow only through full members of the European Union. That is our aim, and that we will achieve it step by step.
Mr. Lucic, Croatia is also one of, let's say, the representatives of this EU enlargement approach. Of course, you're also located in the region. If you look at the EUSDR, what does it mean for you, for Croatia in particular, in the joint efforts to make EU bigger and more successful and better for all EU citizens?
I could agree what ministers before me already said. The necessity or the good points of this strategy to connect countries together, to deal with common issues together. We heard a lot about climate change, but achieving sustainable development goals, it's a common goal for not just EU countries, but the world in general. And regarding the Danube strategy, it can definitely help with the EU accession process. In capacity building, transfer of knowledge, share experience and best practices, network of friends, and build trust and confidence. You know, in today's world, we all need more trust and confidence into each other. And looking ahead, we should find a way to align our strategy with the EU accession process for the countries that are not part of the EU yet. And strategy should reinforce candidate countries' harmonization with the EU, with the acquis and implementation of the EU standards. So we are discussing this within the scope of Adriatic Ionian strategy to have this embedment with the EU accession process, and maybe it could be explored within the Danube strategy as well.
Mr. Konakovic, well, you waited for so long in Bosnia and Herzegovina to get the status. Now you have the status. How do you see the importance of the work which has been done in the EUSDR in your country, for your country, in the process which waits for you, the EU accession negotiations?
Let me first congratulate Slovenia, actually, for successfully concluding its presidency. And let me wish success to my friend Schallenberg and Austria, actually, in further process. How important this macro-regional strategy for us is, I will tell you that today is my wife's birthday, you know, and I'm here with you guys talking about the future of my country. And she supported me, you know, she said, okay.
Well,
she supported me, she said, okay, it's more important than my birthday, okay, go there, be there, because this is really important for our country.
For the next forum in Austria, you should bring her with you.
We will, if I stay in this position 2025, we will take leadership from Austria, then maybe we can organize a common date. Like, okay,
a birthday party.
This is really important for us, you know, especially now at this moment. We call this momentum, you know. There's change inside the European Union regarding the enlargement is really a great opportunity for our country. And it is a great opportunity also to meet these people, to exchange information, exchange experiences also, because 9 European Union members and 5 future European Union members can do a lot if they're talking, sitting together and sharing some information. If I have to single out one issue, I will single out the issue of the youth. And I think in establishment of the EUSDR Youth Council last year, it was really a step in the right direction. And it will help actually to the young people to communicate with the politicians all over Danube region. For us, it's really important, you know, because now at this moment we are struggling to deliver something from these 14 magical key priorities for Bosnia and Herzegovina. I can tell you it looks much better than it was before, and I hope it will be enough for this decision we are expecting to be made in the coming month, actually. And this is really helpful for us. It actually gives us a chance to exchange also some economical experiences, to share some future ideas, solutions. So it's really important.
Yeah, thank you very much, and of course, all the best to your wife, and happy birthday. Also from Brdo, with a big applause, of course.
This will help me when I go back home.
Well, Ms. Mišević, Serbia, of course, has a lot of experience now when it comes to negotiations with the EU. Where does EUSDR features in the processes you go through? How does it help you? What do you perhaps would like to see more? How does it work for you?
I love your diplomatic approach. Long experience of being a candidate for 23 years.
Well, we are Europeans, I mean.
But nevertheless, yes. During all that time, we participated from the very beginning in the creation of EUSDR, and I remember the time when the idea of having a strategy for the river of Danube was created, where there was no money additional, no new institutions supposed to be created, and no new processes to be open. And if you jump after those 12 years into the situation right now, I always love to use the strategy for the Danube region, but also Adriatic Ionian strategy, as an extremely good example of how we all together can be very successful regardless where we are in terms of the integration process. So 9+5. So the candidate together with the member state can make a difference. And that is a very strong argument that the Western Balkan can add additional values to the European integration process, to the European Union as the integration process in general. Yes, as colleagues noticed, the most important thing is that being part of the strategy is one of the additional push on your alignment with the EU acquis, particularly in some of the very important areas like environmental protection, like waters, for instance. But not only there, also in the areas which produce, and I know that we are going to discuss during this forum a lot about research and development, about the digitalization. So the potential area, the areas which potentially could bring the development for all of us. But there are so many other issues like the nearshoring value chains, which are becoming the buzzwords in Europe. And we, from the Western Balkans, we can provide some good solution. And the format for exchanging and proving ourselves is actually the strategy of this kind.
Great. Mr. Novakovic-Đurić, Montenegro is quite advanced when it comes to the accession process. What role has EUSDR played actually for you in this?
Well, yes, as you said, we are very advanced in the process, and but at the same time we are negotiating for a decade. So I think that both of Montenegro and European Union cannot be happy with this fact, and I hope that a new enlargement perspective and some impetus for our negotiation process will come in the near future. Of course, during this decade, Montenegro joined many regional and macro-regional initiatives, and some of them have been successful. Some of them haven't had some concrete impact or maybe output and outcomes, but definitely when we speak about EUSDR strategy, it directly positively influenced our European integration process. So specifically, I would say that you probably know that Montenegro was having an issue with administrative capacities, for example. And this opportunity to cooperate directly with our colleagues from the region, and of course, member states improved our administrative capacities as one of the weaknesses on our European path. So that was like a direct positive impact in this process. Or maybe our readiness to use in the future structural funds, because our institutions now during this period and within this framework of strategy had the opportunity to cooperate with their counterparts from the region and from the EU member states in this specific issue. As a country that is by constitution ecological state, the environmental issue covered by the strategy were and are extremely important for us, and they, created our legislation and our decisions in terms of the environment. Maybe to say that very important thing happened in the past period, and that is the opportunity of IPA countries, and that is something that my colleague Miščević mentioned, opportunity of IPA countries to become lead applicants in our joint projects. That is the opportunity for our countries to show that we can add something to this process, we can lead some important projects, and to show that this cooperation is not only from the EU member states to aspirant countries, but it's a substantial cooperation.
Mr. Harabara, you've been dealing with let's say, EU-related issues in your country for a very long time. Now the process has started, the process of EU accession of your country. Which experience, what experience from this EUSDR cooperation would you use in Moldova to make this process of EU accession as smooth and as good and as quality as possible, to make it faster even?
Indeed, Moldova has engaged in a very transformative agenda, let's say, when it comes to EU accession. And EUSDR undoubtedly plays a very important role when we talk about regional cooperation, when we talk about capacity building, sharing knowledge and experience. EU accession also means huge efforts from our country, including harmonization of the EU acquis. And in this regard, it's not only about copy-pasting the directives, it's also about embedding these directives into the national context, which requires a lot of knowledge, expertise, and support from the EU member states. It's basically an organic process that requires a lot of support. And EUSDR became even more relevant as we got the candidate status. I think this will enhance our capabilities to advance with the EU agenda, also to cooperate with EU member states and to advance with potential also infrastructure projects. When we talk about EU integration, I must also emphasize the challenges that we face. Climate change or like natural disaster challenges, war, all these challenges created a huge burden and pressure on the country. This is why it's important to align or to use the EUSDR experience and knowledge in solving these challenges. EUSDR basically has common challenges and it requires common approach. This is why I think a key word here would be unity and cooperation.
Mr. Taran, well, it was a groundbreaking achievement when Ukraine actually took over the EUSDR presidency. But in the same year, you were attacked by Russia. So I mean, it was really one of the really tragic things which happened to your country in this year. And what we see now, of course, what Mr. Schallenberg also mentioned, it's a pressing security issue when it comes to the safety of Danube because of Russian attacks right now going on. So how do you see it? And of course, what do you expect from EUSDR when you start this process of EU negotiations while defending your country in a terrible war, also on Danube?
Well, you are absolutely right. We started our presidency in this forum, strategy for Danube region, exactly the same year when the terrible Russian war started in Ukraine. But once again, it was for us a great challenge and great opportunity for the whole region. Thanks to our friends, such as Slovak Republic and Slovenia, and of course the European Commission, they helped us to secure our presidency and allowed us to have that annual forum. At the same time, Ukraine was participating in the framework of such initiatives like waterways mobility, security, and investing in people. And it allows us, together with our European friends, to be, I would say, productive not just for ourselves, but for European Union as well, for the whole region. We were able to create a set of unified documents called David, which improved navigation on the Danube River, which also simplified the procedures of crossing borders on Danube River. So it was not just for Ukraine helpful to work with EU member states, but also it gave experience for EU member states to work with non-EU member states. And our experience, I believe, is useful for the countries which are still looking full EU membership. They can take a look at our experience and use it in their movement forward to full EU membership.
Let us make another round in asking you what can EUSDR do for you, and what can you do for EUSDR while negotiating to join the European Union? Because you agree mostly, and it's quite uncommon when ministers discuss things that they agree on everything. But what would you require in the process of the EU accession of Ukraine, also in the fields EUSDR is covering, to be even more effective, and that it wouldn't last so long as for Serbia and Montenegro? Mr. Taran.
Well, for us, it was a very decisive step, such an experience of working in the EU strategy for the Danube River. It was a very decisive step to finalize our accession to become a candidate for EU membership. And it brings us to better understanding that we need, in order to be part of EU, in order to become a full EU member, we need to make some changes in our legislation first. It gave us an access to better understanding how to use financial instruments of EU. It gave us an opportunity to present our view of doing business, of the planning to EU countries. And we shared such an experience, and I believe it was beneficial for both EU members and for our country as well. And I believe it allows us to better prepare ourselves to become a full EU member.
Mr. Harabara, not because it's an anniversary, a sad one, but if we paraphrase Mr. Kennedy, what can EUSDR do for you in the process of you trying to join the European Union?
I will try not to repeat other colleagues. There are many things that EUSDR can do for EU accession countries like Moldova, but I think on a short term, we would use this platform to ask the support of EU member states to open the accession negotiation. This would be something on a short term. On a long term, the platform would be very useful and instrumental in accessing or facilitating the access to structural funds and advancing with specific infrastructure projects. Infrastructure projects, for example, focused on connectivity. And when we say connectivity, one must understand that this is not only about Moldova. It's actually about the entire region. It's about ensuring the food security and grain deal. So we are also facilitating the solidarity lanes and transition of the Ukrainian grains to Europe. So if you don't invest in a small segment of the supply chain, you can create a bottleneck that affects the entire region. So this is why the EUSDR could facilitate investment into such projects. Of course, sharing the knowledge and the experience, this is something that was mentioned, and I will align to that. Otherwise, this would also help us to showcase what are our priorities, and for us it will also be beneficial to understand what are the European priorities. At this point, all the priorities mentioned in the EUSDR are aligned and embedded into our programmatic documents, which is already something that we moved a lot during the past 2 years. So yeah, that would be in a nutshell how we see the benefits of the EUSDR.
Mr. Vlakovic-Juric, from the Montenegrin point of view, is it something when you say, well, here we could do more while thinking on EUSDR in our accession process?
Oh, well, not to repeat what my colleagues said, I would just stress the continuation of cooperation with colleagues from the region, but also member states, and this know-how and sharing of knowledge that definitely improve our opportunity in the integration process in general. But to be very specific, I would say that a very important aspect for this is related to adequate and predictable funding, and that access to funding between EU member states and non-EU countries is of course different, and it tackles the potential of infrastructure reforms and other reforms. So maybe the opportunity and access to funding on equal footing for accession countries would be a big step forward in terms of how to say, transforming these priorities and agreed goals into practice.
Mr. Konakovic, from your point of view, I mean, you're starting the process now. Where could EUSDR should be actually of a specific help, or what do you expect even more from such a regional strategy?
Actually, through the implementation of the EUSDR and its wide range activities of 11 thematic pillars, we are already adjusting our policies and legislation with the EU acquis. So for us, it's really important. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to deliver. And it is really much easier if we have our friends around us who can share all experience and actually examples they have, especially those who were like, let's say, Croatia. It's really helpful because we have the same history, we have the same almost the same culture, like we have a lot of connections, and they went through this process already. I was talking to our colleagues from Montenegro also. They started negotiations. I hope we will start with negotiations. So they know actually...
We are dying in negotiations.
Yeah, they're dying in negotiations. And that experience for us also can be really helpful. Let me repeat why I singled out this issue of the youth, because I think Bosnia and Herzegovina is on the first place in the world in terms of losing a people, It was in 2021, I think it was a world record ever. Like 170,000 people left our country. They went out, and it's around 4% of the population of Bosnia and Herzegovina, And I single out this youth issue because we need to do all we can actually to stop this. We need to accelerate the Euro integration process, and I'm sure if we accelerate the Euro integration process, actually that can slow down the brain drain. So that is what we need. That is what we can achieve through this macro-regional cooperation also. That's what we need to do now. That's why I'm here and not with my wife on her birthday. So that is a reason why this kind of macro-regional cooperation is really important. And let me repeat one more time, this is a momentum. We know we have a focus, unfortunately, because of aggression on Ukraine. I think politics of enlargement has changed because of aggression on Ukraine. A few years back, it stopped completely. We stopped to think about European future. Now, when we have a chance, we need to grab this chance. I want to thank you, of course, to Tanya, to Alexander in person, to Radman, Grlić Radman. They are leading the process, actually lobbying and advocating for Bosnia and Herzegovina and our European future. So that is what we get from this regional cooperation.
Ms. Mišović, do you get anything from this momentum Mr. Konakovic is speaking? Because, as we said, your process is quite, let's say, has come into age.
Yeah, I can only continue what Elmedin has started, as we were discussing this morning, but also during lunch, about exactly those things. But beyond the obvious, The EUSDR help us in aligning with the acquis. It help us advancing in some of the areas. It help us even using more and more funds. That means our knowledge for preparing a good, mature project is getting better. I would like to see, I mean, that is my view on the strategy for the Danube region, as a forum, but even more as a format for establishing a very strong regional grouping. The group of countries with the same interest. What connects us is the European integration process, and that we are sharing the region that we are living in. And as we discussed this morning, grateful for the initiative, for the mighty letter that we read a month ago in all of our newspapers, coming from 3 ministers, Tanja Fajon, Minister Schallenberg, and Minister Grlić-Radman, supported but also by some other countries which are friends of the enlargement and the Western Balkans. But I think that we also can do something like this, we from the Western Balkans. So not only among ourselves, we discuss almost on the daily basis, but something which we are doing now in order to help the new troika, the new trio. That means to Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. We are now creating a group of experts that are already in the process for such a long period of time, to share our experience to boost the integration process of those 3 countries, not to repeat the mistakes and not to wait their process of negotiation to be more mature than it is right now.
The mistakes you mentioned, which mistakes?
Well, of course that we did a lot of mistakes. They are from time to time connected with the political issues, which are intrinsic to the region because of the 90s. A lot of results out of 90s still not sorted out. So they are pop up from time to time. Some of them are there to stay for obviously a long period of time. But also in terms of understanding the very integration process, what does it mean? That you are not doing things because Brussels asks you, or Vienna or Ljubljana, but because it's needed for you to become much closer to the common market. The 20 years since Thessaloniki agenda, that we have the EU perspective for the Western Balkans, 20 years were pictured with the enlargement fatigue, which raised something which in our region is known as the reform fatigue. And I think that we are now start to wake up with the new momentum for the accession process, and looking forward to grasp the momentum.
Great. It's great to hear that you feel this momentum too. When we come now to the 3 countries already members of the European Union, Mr. Lucic representing your minister, Mr. Radman, here. Well, of course, there were also problems and different views within the European Union when it comes to enlargement process, and they're still there somewhere in the air. How optimistic are you that the momentum within the EU would actually last when it comes to EU enlargement? Also, if we look at the world, which is getting more and more complicated with Asia, of course, the Middle East, do you think that this momentum within the EU will be somehow sustainable?
I think so. The enlargement process is not just positive or good for the countries that want to join the European Union. It's also good for the European Union as well. So it's a transformative process for the countries that are aspiring to be member states. On the integration process itself, we believe that it should be based on 4 principles. So individual approach, merit-based pace, so that your actions count. Keeping reforms at the context of the process, and upholding the rule of law. It is, the fundamentals first principle that should be at the very center. And what we heard before at the panel, one thing is important for the countries in the process to resolve any open issues they have that are weighing down their EU accession path. And for the European Union and for countries joining the Union, it is important to keep the dialogue open. So it helps us to better express our expectations for the countries joining the EU, to better express what they're going through and what they're planning to do, and also to keep the public in the loop. So in order to have a positive opinion of the public, not just within the European Union, but with the candidate countries, you need to keep the public informed. So communication is the key of the process. And regarding the EU reform process, as you asked, is the EU ready? We believe that we should keep these two things in parallel. So the accession process and the reform of the EU for the enlargement. At the end, the fulfillment of all criteria by the future member states will strengthen not just them, but the European Union as well.
Ms. Fajon, Slovenia is doing really hard in trying to address this issue of Western Balkans, but also now with Moldova and Ukraine within the EU, that the enlargement process is essential for the future of the European Union. But I'm basically asking the same question. Are you still optimistic that with everything happening in Europe and also in the world, which affects also, let's say, some views of many Europeans how EU should develop? We're speaking of migrant crisis. We're speaking of, let's say, border, not closures, but you know, Schengen is not what it used to be. So do you think that within the EU, this momentum of the willingness to enlarge would endure, and what would Slovenia do for it to maintain it?
Yes, I've been very long in this business of enlargement. When I'm looking, Tanya, I think at least last 20 years we're together in different formats discussing the enlargement, and I believe a lot of other friends too. But I do want to stay optimistic, and I will explain why. I know there is a lot of pessimism in the region and a lot of disbelief, and it's growing. And as Elmedin said, young generation is leaving, there is a distrust. Credibility is there on the EU enlargement policy. And we did a lot of mistakes, I agree, on both sides, on one or another, or we lost credibility, or we delivered promises and then we didn't fulfill. But now I think it's the time not to look so much at the past. We said, some of us, there is a momentum, and I strongly believe, if ever, there is this momentum now. If there wasn't a war in Ukraine and this brutal aggression, most probably we wouldn't today discussing about opening accession talks to Ukraine and Moldova and about the candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina and opening accession talks with Bosnia and Herzegovina. The awareness of the enlargement in the last year was much more present in our minds. So we've seen opening of the accession talks with North Macedonia and Albania, visa liberalization with Kosovo is going to happen. So there were some good steps. Of course, now the focus is back to, or again, with the new conflict in the Middle East. But still, when I say about the political momentum, I think it was very important, the Bled Pledge 2030. It might sound naive that 2030 we can be ready for the enlargement. But I strongly believe looking to G20, looking to BRICS, looking to how the world is in geopolitics, searching new alliances, searching how to bridge and come together in all the challenges that are around us, We have to do the same in Europe. And that requires maybe a little bit different way of thinking, out of the box. That means that if ever I believe the political momentum is now, that means if the countries, be it in the Western Balkans or Eastern neighborhood, are ready by 2030, we should grab the moment.
But will the EU be ready by 2030?
That is another important point. If you, of course, we are trying to also persuade our allies in the EU. If you would today frankly ask citizens in the Balkans, do you believe you will become a member of the EU, they would most probably get a more negative than a positive answer. The same would most likely happen in the EU. Would you believe that there would be enlargement now in this geopolitics to the Western Balkans? You'd most probably get also the negative answer. But I think we have to convince our citizens that we need each other. And we really need each other, and we need strong and united Europe, more than ever before. And that is what is beneficial of this enlargement process. That is why I say today we have to convince citizens that we can have benefits from that, to unite Europe, and to bring also the countries of the Western Balkans, and of course, if it's about Ukraine, Moldova, closer together. If the other parts of the world are able to join forces, we also have to do so, because the challenges around us are really, really big ones. For that, I believe, if ever this 2030, it's well-considered date, it's maybe sound far away, but if ever we have at least something we can work on.
Mr. Schallenberg, your thoughts on that, and what experience would you take into the Austrian EUSDR presidency when this process is gaining on momentum?
Well, I want to say I'm extremely thankful to have so strong co-fighters with Tanja, with Gordon and others. There were times where we Austrians a couple of years ago felt a little bit alone talking about the Western Balkans. And I believe the 24th of February last year was a little bit like, a wake-up call, a brutal ice bucket thrown in our face. And what happened actually, those countries which are not neighbors, which are not, emotionally sort of touched by the region, they found out that actually a simple truth, which we have been preaching all along, there is no vacuum in politics. Either we secure our neighborhood in a geostrategic term, either we ensure that we can export stability, prosperity, and security, or we risk importing insecurity and instability. As easy as that. Either it's our model of life, or we'll be confronted, and in some parts we start already to be confronted by other models, coming from China, Turkey, the Gulf region, wherever it is, Russia, and it's a volatile region. And what I believe is that there is a growing awareness of that in capitals. But the term momentum has in it that it is not everlasting. It's a window of opportunity. And I believe to a certain degree Ukraine is the carrier rocket of all of this. And you're right, Tanja, we wouldn't be discussing that. But this is a momentum we have to seize within the European Union. But there's a clear call also on our Western Balkan friends to seize it. Not to wait until every historical issue is settled, not to wait until everything is done, because then we will wait probably for another 20 years. And not to expect partners within the European Union to know exactly your whole history. Because I know this term saying the Western Balkans produce more history than they can chew. But that's wrong. Because I'm coming from a country and a region which has produced a lot of history.
Oh, yes.
And we know that. And I mean, Austria was, till the beginning of the 20th century, more than 50 million inhabitants. It shrunk to 6 million and lost 4/5 of its territory. Where still do we stand now? We are a rich, prosperous, and safe and secure country with a high degree of social security and stability. So there's a message there. And yes, we do have a lot of history. And it was an issue at the beginning, 30 years ago. So don't believe that you are unique on this planet and in this continent. Move on, look into the future, not all the time into the past. But it is a momentum. If we lose it, then I would be pessimistic. We have this moment, seize it.
But still, I would like to challenge it. Well, many people see that there are also problems within the European Union, within the countries of European Union, that they would actually not be ready to accept, let's say, the speed of how this EU enlargement is going on. 2030 is almost the day after yesterday. and that could be also a problem for the European Union if we enlarge too fast. Also bringing into play all the problems within the EU member countries with their own politicians, with policies. Some countries tend to somehow get a little bit more egoistic than before. So this European thinking is somehow, at least within some parts of population, fading. So is this a dangerous prospect for this momentum when it comes to the European Union from itself, within itself?
I mean, 2 points, 2 answers. Obviously the European Union will have to progress and reform itself. I was part of the negotiation team of Austria for the Treaty of Nice in the year 2000. I was part of the EU Convention leading to the Constitutional Treaty and then to the Treaty of Lisbon. So I know my share about that. And we did actually prepare. We said at the end of the Treaty of Lisbon, this is it. We have all the institutional measures in place to enlarge. And it was said at the time, 6 member states, thinking about the Western Balkans. Ukraine and Moldova were not yet on the table at the time. So we have the instruments in place. But that doesn't mean that we can continue. But it shouldn't be a pretext to delay enlargement, because that is the typical thing, what always happens when you talk about enlargement. It happened before 2004, it happened before 2007, and that people say we have to reform, deepening before enlarging. That is the typical cry you hear, and it's a pretext. We can, if we have to deepen, and I think we should in certain areas, it should be in parallel. Second part of my answer is, we have to get rid of this binary thinking. Either you're 0, non-member, or you're 1, full member, with some couple of years of transition periods, maximum 7 years. I believe that's a wrong approach. That's why we are propagating the gradual integration. Who prevents us today to have Western Balkan countries, provided that they have adopted their key in this area, that they can ensure a judicial overview, to already have them being full members to a certain degree in parts of the common market? Add them in some EU agencies. Why do we only meet them in Brussels to discuss Western Balkans with them? Why don't we have meetings with them discussing the Middle East, Russia, other parts? We want them to align to CFSP, to the Common Foreign and Security Policy. And remember when Alexander Vucic once told you know what? You come with a piece of paper, we have not been part of the drafting, we have not been part of the thinking, and you want us to sign it within 12 hours, no negotiations. This is not a way to treat partners. So I believe, let's include them. Nothing prevents us from doing so. So a gradual integration, it might be more complicated. And I was legal counsel in Brussels. We hated already the opt-outs of Denmark, or the Schengen opt-outs of Great Britain. We said, no, everything has to be unified. I believe we won't enlarge. We won't be successful with one size fits all and everybody has to do everything, because we know certain policy areas won't be possible. Iceland has never joined because of fishery. Is that the right approach geostrategically? I doubt it.
Yep.
Inspired by those issues, I wanted to share at least two points, and I'm sure that my colleagues will follow the suit, as that was a very good opening. So first, on gradual, accelerated, whatever is the final title for what you are talking about, and we are talking about more inclusion of the Western Balkans into the EU market, if there is development, of course, at the same level in our legal system, as well as the regional integration in that area, that is well understood. But I wanted to share with you that actually something like this already exists. So there are good examples that can be used, like the transport community for the region, like the energy community that is very successful in some areas, in some less successful, but nevertheless, this is where both EU member states, as European Union as such, as well as all of us from the Western Balkans and also Ukraine, Moldova, are joining in being together around the table and creating policy. And that is actually what is the most important thing. And the second issue is as we heard that in Bled Pledge 2030, I know that a lot of eyebrows are moved when somebody mentioned 2030 as the year, but we understood it as a target year, as a potential, as a capacity, as a goal, not as a promise. And in that respect, it's enormous. I mean, I would like you to try to understand how difficult it might be to constantly negotiate not having the end date. So you have to calibrate and recalibrate each and every year your obligation, which are not only in terms of how many laws, but what is the track record that you're supposed to produce. Because I'm sure that you are aware, negotiations are at home, not in Brussels. You are discussing with your people at home how particularly some of the areas will be completely aligned with the acquis de l'Union. In Serbia, we start working on our own plan to reach 2030. Which will be a very comprehensive in terms, it's not only negotiation, it's not only law, it's also institution, it's our capacities. That is very important, that we would like the first day after membership to have the full-fledged capacity for fulfilling all the obligations. But just wanted to share with you how important is that announcement of the possible year that deeply coincide with the need of internal reforms. I could not agree more with Minister Schallenberg. You cannot discuss about deepening process if you don't know how big are you going to be. So enlargement should go hand in hand with deepening. Thank you.
We shall see. Well, you've been so effective that we actually could end this panel, but we won't do it. We would like to. Yeah, no, I won't. But of course, one of the most important things that happened during the Slovenian EUSDR presidency is the, let's say, bringing into life the Danube Youth Council. And what we talk here is talk about the future, and the youth are our future. We're doing it actually for them. And the second thing, what you all mentioned is communication. So because you have vast experience in various fields, you in particular, Mr. Taran, not only as diplomat, but also as a politician and a military expert, the youth of Ukraine, how strategies like EUSDR, how European Union should actually address young Ukrainians in shaping our joint future. How to listen to them and be effective, because some of the young people said, well, of course we would like to hear solutions, we would like to talk to politicians, but sometimes it's only blah, blah, blah. The politicians listen to you, but then they turn around and go and do their own stuff. So how would, from your vast experience, would be the best way of really listening to young people from the region and from Ukraine in particular, that their needs and wishes would be addressed within the strategy, but let's say in the whole enlargement process of the EU too?
Speaking from my own experience, I tell you one story. I was studying in the US at the National Defense University in Washington, D.C. After the collapse of the former Soviet Union, and I came back home to Ukraine in 90s, and I visited a family of my aunt and uncle, and I was asked, Andrei, what do you think about the future of our country? Should we think, even allow us to think about future membership in NATO or EU? Some people even don't see any difference between the two. What is your opinion? I said, well, if I were in charge for making a decision, I would join NATO and EU yesterday. Why? And my uncle, he was old communist, he was old-fashioned thinker, and he was against NATO or EU, whatever. And he said, how can you say this? You grew up in the former Soviet Union, he didn't use the word former, in the Soviet Union, and why? What is the reason? I said, well, because I believe my pension will be better when we join NATO and EU. Previously, many people didn't understand what does it mean to be a NATO member or EU member. Nowadays, having this terrible war on the territory of Ukraine, people understand the necessity of joint efforts to fight the aggressor. They understand the necessity to be with civilized countries together. That will increase the security, not just in Europe, in the whole world. And our young generation, for them, it is a great lesson. They see what's going on, and they understand from parents, from the neighbors, from the social network, they understand better what does it mean, the security, national security, what does it mean, territorial integrity. I just told today to some of our colleagues that from the beginning of full-scale war in Ukraine, our territory was left by more than 4 million people, mostly women with children. Now they live somewhere in Europe, mostly in Europe. At the same time, very few came to the South America, to Northern America, but most of them live in Europe. They see that here life is more secure, more safe. They can feel themselves safe in European countries. I believe when they finally, after our victory, will be able to come back, they will bring this understanding to our country. They will live with it in the future. And I don't believe other countries need such terrible experience of understanding how important is the security. What does it mean to be a member of European Union? What does it mean to be a member of NATO? You don't need such terrible experience, but working within such a EU initiative like Strategy for the Danube region allows every country to better understand common challenges, common threats, common problems. It is obvious that the impact of war started by Russia in Ukraine goes beyond Ukrainian territory, goes beyond our borders. It influences almost every country in the world. It definitely influences European countries. And this Danube region is very important macro-regional project which allows us, all the countries, to participate better, to have closer relations, and to come to better understanding that the security institutions are important. And it was mentioned here that EU maybe will have some problems with accepting new members. Some new countries will have some problems after being accepted as a new EU members. At the same time, do not forget about the advantages of the process of increasing. This strategy for the Danube region is an EU instrument which allows to non-EU countries to be closer, to change the mentality. It was mentioned here that in many senses, the economically unification is already on the ground. Yes, we do have such economic cooperation. But it was mentioned during this year strategic forum in Bled that EU not just about the economics. It is also requires the political joint thinking, the political understanding of the threats which exist, of the challenges we face, and of the common ways how to protect our security, national security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taran. But of course, we should never forget the horrible price your country and your youth is paying, because you're losing lives every day, young lives, to protect your country, but also the European values. Mr. Harabara, when addressing the youth of Moldova, we know that you also have a big problem with the brain drain and with people leaving your country. So how could we do it better, also within the EUSDR, to listen to the voices of young Moldovans when it comes to their and our joint future?
Indeed, Moldova has lost during the last 2 decades so almost half of the population, from 4.3, now we have 2.8 million, so which is huge brain drain. I mean, it's a huge problem that affects the entire chain. What we can do about this? Of course, the first thing that youth is expecting, this is opportunities. All kinds of opportunities, economic opportunities, development opportunities, and so on. This is why, in order to keep them and to give them a purpose for staying home, it's absolutely important to build this system of trust, transparency that would also, it's important also to boost economic development and provide them the proper ground for development. When it comes to EUSDR specifically and aligning the expectation of youth and embedding this into the policies, I think we must also work on the participatory mechanisms. And I'm very glad that today we heard so many good things about how EUSDR is involving youth and what is the vision in this regard. Yeah, I think that would emphasize the general idea in this sense.
Well, Ms. Novakovic-Đurović, Slovenia is so small that sometimes we say, well, it's, you know, everybody knows everybody, so we don't have any problems in communication. We do a lot within Slovenia, but Montenegro is even smaller. So I mean, how do you communicate with your youth, and how do you take their views on their future in order to make a policy in favor of them?
Well, first of all, to say small is beautiful.
Okay.
At the same time. And just a small comment on the enlargement policy. I promised 2 sentences. I really have to, because I didn't participate in that part of the panel. Just to say, from the position of the country that is in negotiation process for 11 years with all chapters open and 3 provisionally closed, etc., that we really need a clear vision from the EU. If that is a date, then it is good to have it as opportunity. If 2030 is that new time framework, then it is a new important message for us to finish our internal reforms, because of course we know that entering the EU consider that we finish our part of the job, but at the same time that we have a clear message. And I believe also that new financial framework will respond to the question of enlargement policy, because at the end of the day it costs. So that the new time frame might be a way of, how to say, reviving the credibility in enlargement policy. And when we speak about youth, yes, it is, how to say, being a smaller state, a bigger opportunity for communication. Just to tell that even this process takes so long in Montenegro, support of our European path is still very strong. So 80% of citizens, including youth, and mostly youth, are supporting our European future. And I believe that we owe to them progress in that direction so that we can decrease brain drain and offer them opportunity to stay in Montenegro and be active participants of the Montenegrin future in general. We do appreciate the mechanisms under this strategy. They are a good way of including youth, but I think that the best way of sending that clear message would be a very concrete step forward in European integration path.
Great, thank you. Mr. Konakovic, well, there's a famous Bosnian saying which we apply also very often in Slovenia, nema problema, there's no problem, but apparently we see there are problems, especially what you specifically mentioned, the brain drain, let's say the movement of young Bosnian and Herzegovinians abroad. So is this also a problem of communication, or they just seek opportunities elsewhere because they don't have enough opportunity at home?
We have some polls, showing that they are leaving because of political depression in the first place, Because back there in Bosnia, it's really popular to have fights, daily political fights with your opponents. And it's easy to have it. It's really not easy to create dialogue, to create compromises, because you don't get any political points if you do that. But because of the future of my country, I decided to be different, and I think it works. I wanted to show you something first. If you have your phones in your hands, please take your phones in your hand. You can see the picture of Europe, the map of Europe, Can you see the position of the Western Balkans countries? Can you see position of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina? It's in the middle of Europe. It's the heart of Europe. It's not a backyard, European backyard, This is really important fact. We are surrounded by European Union member countries, And if you want, this is not anymore a story about Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is a story about Europe. If you want someone else to control this part of Europe, so don't do anything. I said that before because European Union were sleeping for 10 years in my country. And some other countries, they were doing a lot. Influence, money, projects, Russia especially. If you want Russian bear to play in the heart belly, in the belly of Europe, so don't do anything, I said this story before, I know the story about stick and carrot, but now we need stick and few carrots. We need a hand, we need strong political decisions and concrete decisions, to help this part of the Europe to become functional part of Europe, because we are a part of Europe. In my country, I think we had a tram, electrical tram among first the cities in the Europe. We had a water supplies among first cities in Europe. So I know we have also the worst politicians in the world. I'm aware of that. But we have also the beautiful country, excellent people there, and we need you now, This is really important, especially because of young people. And I'm also inspired with Alexander's speech, and he wanted to borrow my talking points at the beginning. He said, I'm not prepared. There it is, yes. This is really important. Yeah. This is important message, People, they're leaving because of political depression. On one side, I said this in Bled. It's not my, actually. I stole it from one famous Bosnian writer. We never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Okay, that's a fact. But now, we are talking about momentum. Why this is momentum now? And I think it will finish till the end of this year. Because you have European elections, you have elections in the United States. Who knows how will European Parliament looks in a few months, So this is now. This is really now. But now for both sides, not only for Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the main issue, the biggest problem is brain drain. They are leaving because of political depression. It is important because of this. I have a list, I don't want to read this, you know, a list actually of delivered these 14 key priorities issues, you know. We delivered a lot, and it's not easy, especially if you, this is Bosnian political reality. We delivered a lot. We are completely aligned with the foreign and security policy with the European Union since this new Council of Ministers, since I am on this position, you know. We delivered 5 important laws. We will deliver 2 more. We actually now appointed recently Europol contact point, a program of reforms on time. Everything we were doing this because of young people. We want them to stay in Bosnia. At the same time, my partner on the state level, he go to Russia and he awarded actually Putin. He awarded him with some kind of medal. Putin awarded him back. It's complicated. But it's question for all of us, not only for Bosnia and Herzegovinians. And especially for young people, we want to stay in Bosnia and Herzegovina and to build their future there.
Mr. Konagoc, you definitely didn't miss an opportunity here. You missed your wife's birthday, that's for sure.
I think I'll be back tonight before midnight, okay. So I'll be present.
So if you want to go home, then we have to end this panel. But of course, we would like to hear Ms. Miščević before, and all 3 ministers and politician from Croatia. So Ms. Miščević, when it comes to the young people, young Serbians, what communication you would suggest to, let's say, politicians from the European Union not to make mistakes from, let's say, just like Bosnian politicians do?
So I will suggest less communication and more deeds. I think that this is one also of the issues that I could not agree more with Elmedi. By the way, we will all call your wife to congratulate her. The issue is instability, but also false promises. Mm-hmm. So do not promise, just do. That is what we are doing. Even in the EUSDR, there were some initiatives, if I'm not wrong. I think that my colleagues from the ministry, they are very devoted to the strategy. So they explained to me, even here in the realm of the strategy, to boost the young people, entrepreneurship has been promoted. Mm-hmm. That type of activity is extremely needed. For instance, the newest thing that we are doing in Serbia is to deal with the mental health of young people. That is a big question mark. You know that very unfortunate, no, that's understatement, tragedies has happened in Serbia beginning of May. And obviously we have this, that was a warning sign, not only for us, but all for all of us, to take care of the young people, that they are restless, they need security, they need better understanding that, especially after pandemic, that also jeopardized, but also huge changes that are going on each and every day. That's why we are doing something which is extremely good, and we are ready to share the experience. Those are the youth guarantees. So to guarantee the development and employment of the young people, regardless of the level of their education, this is something that we develop in the first regionally, but also now start to implement in Serbia. We start to reverse the trend. I mean, for young people to stay, the level of unemployment is getting better, especially for the young people, but we still have a problem that we have to face with. So using all the potentials, but also to help them to find their way in the crazy world that we are living in.
Definitely. Mr. Ducic, your last view on, let's say, how to make the interests of the youth from the region even more, not only visible and audible, but also that the politicians would actually act within the interests of the young people.
Yeah, young are really tough crowds. They don't know TV, they don't watch news, so it's the communication. It's challenging. What we are experiencing, or what, especially during this 10 years period since we joined the EU, is that a lot of young people use the opportunity of the free or the liberty of free movement and moved for better jobs, better job prospects to Western Europe. It seems normal to any new EU member states, even for the old ones as well, moving to countries they feel that they can reach higher potential. It's good for the individual because you get new skills, new knowledge, financial resources. It's even better when those people come back to your own country and bring new development and new values for the country. What I believe is crucial is not just the young people, but the entire community to talk to. So the business community. It's one area that it might be a little bit neglected. So to get more businessmen into policy making, because the knowledge and experience is valuable, and we are less and less in numbers, so we need to be smart in utilizing the resources we have. And for the young generations, what I believe or what actually joins me the most is the fact that they're not looking for a state job anymore. They're looking for developing their own businesses, going into the private sector. It's challenging for administration throughout the world. It's not just the issue within Croatia or EU. It's throughout the world. Less and less people are motivated to work in the public sector. The good thing is it's going to be bring more economic development than if they went to the public sector.
Thank you. Mr. Schalleming, how will Austria, as the country of presidency of EUSDR, even more efficiently listen to the voices of the young people of the region?
Well, I mean, what is brain drain? Brain drain actually means that young people are taking a decision. It's like a vote. And the governments in the Western Balkans are losing this vote every day, because every day young people are leaving. And yes, I'm representing a country which is one of the big beneficiaries.
Yeah.
Even ahead of Germany. We are number one. It's not only Western Balkans, it's Bulgaria and Romania too. The problem is it starts to be a lose-lose situation, because I'm hearing from Austria, and we are number one in Western Bulgaria, number one in Romania, and among the top 3 in any Western Balkan countries. I now hear from Austrian entrepreneurs telling me they are scaling down their investments, for instance, in Albania, because they don't find skilled workers anymore in Albania, because they're all elsewhere in Europe. So this starts to be a tricky lose-lose situation. What I believe the biggest thing is because it's a local vote. It's not a vote on Europe. It's not a vote. It's a vote on, as you said, Medine, it's a vote on the local governments, on lack of perspective, on lack of trusting in their own future. And I believe it is for the governments to get their act together. And one of the things I believe is also important is not only developing economic and political perspective, not only listening to them, but also refrain from, I would say, hate speech or extremist communication, which actually look into the past instead of the future. The young people, and I'm sorry, I'm looking to my right, we have issues, yes, and they're very emotional. But you have to be very cautious because people don't believe it, don't want to hear it, and they leave the country. So I believe here's also a lesson for a generation which are now leading these countries to say, let's move on also in the way we communicate with our neighbors and our societies.
And last word goes to Ms. Faioni. You actually come from the world of communication. You used to be a journalist. And if you compare, let's say, communication in this field and now the communication in the political sphere, where's the problem?
Oh, a lot has changed in that regard. Also, for us politicians, it's not easy to communicate in the environment when you have an online media, a lot of disinformation, a lot of fake news. You have now artificial intelligence as a new step. Why I'm saying that today in our societies, what we are all challenged is how to keep our policies credible. Because we are all struggling in a way to convince also our young society, our young generation, that we are there for them. So this communication, there is a lot of gaps. But let me say one thing. Of course, when you look young generation, they look for quality of life. They look for quality of education, of services. There is lack of prospects. So this is what we have to deliver. But why, maybe to sum up, listening to the panel, I was thinking, one thing I'm sure, the world is changing so rapidly. Our neighbors are not changing, and our regions stay the same, unless there is someone by force trying to do different. But I think it's important to understand that we can really be good partners and have to be good partners in the long run. We can give a lot to each other if we behave responsible. To have all that, what we were saying now, really at our hearts and behave responsible. In all these challenges that we have today are completely different than 5 or even 1 year ago. And young generation is also changing rapidly. We have to adapt to these new circumstances, adapt to the new environment that is around us, and go with the time. And also give these prospects to the generation in our countries. It's not an easy task. It's absolutely not an easy task. And we need credible media for that.
Oh yes, definitely. So thank you very much to all panelists, and all the best, of course, to your wife, Mr. Konakovic, again. I'm proud to say you're all dismissed. I mean, when it comes to this panel only. But I would like that Mr. Schallenberg and Ms. Fayon would stay here, because what we have to do is the handover ceremony. So thank you very much, Mr. Lucic. An applause. So, Ms. Fayon and Mr. Schallenberg are here with us for the handover ceremony. Could you be so kind and just step here, because you will also have to talk a little bit later on. But in the beginning, because it's the end of the Slovenian EUSDR presidency, let us take a look on a short video how Slovenia actually has done it.
The Danube River has been a lifeline for the people of Europe for centuries. The river and its tributaries connect 14 countries of the Danube region. Slovenia is one of them and has been presiding over the EU strategy for the Danube region this year. The Slovenian presidency focused on the future of the strategy, which has entered its second decade of existence. One of the most important challenges facing the rapidly changing society of the Danube region is investment in new industries and skills. With the Conference on Knowledge-Driven Society and the Professions of the Future, Slovenia contributed to a new understanding of how our science, education systems, and labor markets could respond to these challenges. But it is the young people of today who will lead us through the challenges of tomorrow, and it's important to involve them in shaping the future of the Danube region. Slovenian EUSDR presidency worked with the Danube Youth Council so that their ideas and vision will help make the Danube region better prepared. The other important topic is transport connectivity. The land connections in the Danube region form a vital trade route, but they face challenges such as bottlenecks, lack of transport workers, and environmental concerns. During the Slovenian EUSDR presidency, the key transport stakeholders met twice to discuss energy-efficient transport as well as employment in the transport sector. On the other hand, the energy sector faces dependence on fossil fuels and insufficient investment in renewable energy sources. Slovenia promoted diversification of energy supply sources in order to enhance energy security. The challenges faced by the Danube region require close cooperation and a clear focus of us all. This year, when EUSDR is entering the decade of the future, Slovenia took the lead in empowering the EUSDR stakeholders to deliver.
The border between Slovenia and Austria runs mostly along the mountain ranges, which also forms the watershed. So you might think that there are no rivers or streams flowing from Slovenia to Austria, just in the direction from Austria to Slovenia, but
there are several streams that rise in our country and flow into Austria in the region of Carinthia. So it is not so unnatural for Slovenia to give something of value to our neighbors to the north.
So before the official handover ceremony, let us, we already saw that video, so what we need is the final words of the presidency by Ms. Fajon. I think it's too late to think it over and not give it to Austria, but anyway.
I will be very short. Thank you very much. First of all, just one big thank you to all participants, all delegations, and I have to say I'm very proud of our team presidency. You'll have a heavy task, but I'm very optimistic handing you over this presidency. We managed to meet all the objectives of our presidency. We focused on our future, on young generation, and Alexander, the steering wheel will be a heavy one in heavy waters. I do hope it will not be too many heavy weathers, but I wish you all good luck, and you can count on us also in the future. So thank you very much to everyone to be here today, and good luck to Austria.
So let us join in the center for the handover of the steering wheel. First the wheel, then the speech.
Yes, the symbol of the presidency is this ship wheel, which steers the vessel and controls its course.
So the ship's wheel goes from the hands of the Slovenian Krmarka, which means helmswoman, to the Austrian Rudergänger, or the helmsman. So it's official now. And you can guide us through your first speech of the Austrian presidency.
The question is, the fun question is how to hold the wheel while you're giving a speech.
We can help you.
No, I will keep it like that, so I won't give it to anybody.
Oh, yes.
This is mine now. No. Tanya, thank you. Thank you. You did a tremendous job, and I know you set difficult tasks. The task is difficult because you leave behind your huge footprints, and also this annual meeting is a proof of it. And I know that the steering wheels have been in able and stable hands the last 12 months, and I will do my utmost to continue in this vein. I know that we have a very common approach. We want this river, the Danube, which is the longest river in Europe, to become a 100% EU river, with only EU countries at its border and only EU countries whose rivers are feeding into the Danube. That is our goal. This is about stability, this is about security, this is about prosperity. And I know that I can count on your support. I will definitely draw from your experiences, but thank you for everything you have been doing, and I will find a very special place for the steering wheel to keep it safe in order to hand it over to Bosnia-Herzegovina. Elmedin had to leave, but I'm very happy the decision has been taken that we have a good continuity, and thank you again, and thank you for having us all here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schallenberg. So you have the wheel, please use it.
And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now we will have a short break. All journalists are invited to the press conference in the Glass Hall.
And you're invited to return to the Gratis Hall at 1530 hours, so at 3:30, for the next discussion and panel on the future of cooperation and development in the Danube region and the role of the new Danube program that can play in supporting these efforts. The focus will be on Ukraine and Moldova, but the Balkan countries will not be forgotten. So please be back at 3:30 sharp. Thank you.
See you soon.
ministrica, hvala za sodelovanje.
Hvala.
Imam še vedno mislo.
Yes, indeed. Correct. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You can hear me?
Can I just check, is it just myself and Marina that were online? Yeah. Okay, very good. Good.
Danas neki.
Prekiniti malo. Ifi.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome back. We are ready for our next panel on the future of cooperation and development in the Danube region and the role that the new Danube region program can play in supporting the efforts of countries wishing to join the European Union.
And we're really happy to announce the expert moderator of the panel, Mr. Stephen Jonathan Hennigan, Senior Project Officer at the Interreg Danube Transnational Program.
Welcome.
Welcome.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to be here today to moderate this session. Before we start, I'd like to invite our panelists and our guests here today. So initially, could I have Simona? Thank you. Simona is the head of the Joint Secretarial Secretariat in Budapest. Also, Gustav Csomó, who's a senior project officer from the Danube Region Program. And Rostislav Tomanchuk, please. Rostislav is the director of the Department for Coordination of International Technical Assistance of the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Now, in addition, we also have two panelists and guest speaker joining us online. Firstly, we have Moe Gilland, who's the head of unit of the D1 Macro Regional and Transnational Interregional and External Cooperation and Enlargement. He's joining us from Brussels. And finally, we have Marina Gidrim. She's the head of the Cross-Border Cooperation, European Integration, and the Greater Regions from the Ministry of Finance in the Republic of Moldova. So the title of today's session is The Danube Region Programme, A New Beginning for Cooperation and EU Integration. And we can certainly, absolutely for the purposes of today's session, consider the new beginnings from two perspectives. Firstly, that we have a new Danube Region Programme. We're now in the early phases of this programme. It's the 14-country programme. We heard a little bit about its predecessor this morning, International Interregional Cooperation Programme. It's a successor programme to the Danube Transnational Programme. There are new thematic changes within the Danube Region Programme, but there are other changes as well which are beneficial for non-EU countries. We now have 3 funds merged into one, called Interreg funds. So it's ERDF, EPA, and DICI, all in one, which gives benefits in terms of equal opportunities for non-EU countries to get involved. We have the possibility for non-EU countries to have lead partners. This was mentioned in the previous session. We hope this follows also for Ukraine, obviously because of some of the difficulties. This isn't an option which is possible there at the moment, but we hope this will follow. We have the promotion of non-EU countries within our programme in a different way. So when we've had the first call, we had the possibility to promote non-EU countries with additional weighting, an additional incentive to get involved. We've also extended the territory of the Ukraine, so the whole country now has the possibility to get involved. So this is what we mean, a new beginning. We have this new programme. Secondly, of course, that we heard previously in more detail, in 2022, we had 3 countries who achieved candidate status: Ukraine, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the Republic of Moldova. It means that we now have all of our non-EU countries, all 5, who are candidate country status. And we heard an important word in the previous session, momentum. So we think that this is a good time for all these changes to come together to help this momentum. Today, we aim to understand the accession challenge and the potential support that the Danube Region Programme offers for this process. We will do this via a panel discussion, but firstly, it's my privilege to offer the floor to Murray Gilland from Brussels. He's the head of the unit of the macro-regions and transnational, interregional and external cooperation and development. He's a long history in this field, and of course he's been there when there's been numerous now enlargement processes, and there's candidate country changes. So he is well versed in this, and I hand it over now to Murray Gilland. Murray, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I like the introduction that I have a long experience. I guess that's just a polite way of saying that I'm quite old. What I wanted to do was just to take a few minutes to talk about the topic for this panel from the Commission's perspective. The development of cooperation frameworks and partnerships is, normally speaking, a careful, incremental, balanced process. When working on cooperation matters, we need time to get to know each other, to understand new colleagues, and to make new partners. We need to build relationships, build networks over time in order to make cooperation more effective. In the Danube region, many of you will not recognize that description of cooperation from the last few years. The changes have come rapidly and incessantly over that time. We have lived through the COVID pandemic and its negative effect on cooperation possibilities. We have seen the unjustified and unprovoked military invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and our Ukrainian colleagues are still living with this on a daily basis. This has all had the potential to disrupt and delay cooperation programs and projects, to break down contacts and relationships. Looking back, we were not at all certain at the Commission level if the implementation of the programs from the 2014 to 2020 period could even continue, or if the preparation of the new generation of programs could even be finalized. And yet, here we are today. Last year, as you said in your introduction, Stephen, Ukraine, Moldova, and Bosnia and Herzegovina all received the status of candidate countries. Our new Interreg programs were all approved and are already being implemented rapidly. And the level of interest is higher than we have ever seen before, especially from non-member state partners. So this spirit of solidarity and cooperation has never been stronger. And even particularly thanks to close cooperation between the Commission, managing authorities, and the relevant national authorities, the implementation of ongoing projects at the end of the 2014 to 2020 programmes could be continued to the maximum possible extent. And this explains why the title of this panel, A New Beginning for Cooperation and EU Integration, is so appropriate. We stand, in fact, at the threshold of a new reality in the Danube region. We have a region where 5 of the participating countries are candidate countries for accession to the EU, and we have a system of cooperation that is deeper, stronger, and more sophisticated than ever before. And on enlargement, I want to emphasize it is not just the change of status for Ukraine, Moldova, and Bosnia and Herzegovina that has an impact. The number of candidate countries within the region also changes the dynamic for the region as a whole. 1/3 of the region's countries are now on the enlargement track, and we are seeing a change in the political dimension of our cooperation as a result. This is especially the case when we look at the work being undertaken under the Danube strategy, and indeed in the wider Southeast Europe context, you could also look at the Adriatic-Ionian strategy as well, where both strategies are now much more focused on that enlargement process. And in our view, this gives us a number of real opportunities to contribute to this new beginning. It's a new role and objective for the Danube strategy itself. It's an augmented role for the Danube programme, not just as a cooperation programme, but as a catalyst for enlargement, and in particular, a learning experience on the move towards accession. The participation of non-member states in shared management programmes can only happen under Interreg. And this gives candidate countries direct access to the roles and responsibilities and experiences that will come with accession, shared management, and cohesion policy more generally. And a third element, I would stress, an expansion of partnership across the wider Danube region, as we are seeing with the high levels of participation in the first call for projects under the Danube programme. All of this has come, as I stressed at the start, incredibly quickly from a cooperation perspective. But we have to see that as a positive. We have an opportunity to develop something, to build something that, in all honesty, very few of us could have envisaged even 5 years ago. And all of us together have a responsibility to make the most of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Murray. I think we'll move now straight to Rostislav, if we can. You're the closest to me. I think it's a reasonable start. What do you feel are the main challenges regarding EU accession for your country? And the second part of this question will be, and how do you envisage the cooperation with the Danube region programme supporting this?
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Glad to see you. Thank you about this question, and also very happy to be in this annual forum. And story for Ukraine in the Danube program. As for me, it's a not new challenge, but generally we understand that now we have much more new challenges. And thank you for your question, because in your question we can speak also, for example, for the 2 different dimensions about our accession and also about the Danube program. And in this situation, I think how we can mix this process. And we have very good examples, good speech in the previous panel about the general policy, about our different challenges in this situation. And as I see my task to tell much more details. And details not about the policy, but about the instrument, about the architecture, about the structure, about the capacity in the situation. And I remember when we come into the Danube program, in the previous time, it was a first step for us in this instrument. And of course, nobody don't understand how it's work and how important to be partners, how work as a monitoring committee, how to build a different control system. And of course, it was for us, it's a big challenge. And I remember how we begin in this process. And now I understand that many process, what it was challenge for us, this is 5-6 years ago, I understand that it's our capacity in this situation. Of course, many persons in Ukraine, when we're beginning to speak before this, that this is important to provide, this is important to fund in Ukraine. There's many persons don't understand why it's important for us, how it's work. For example, you must to change your system about the audit. You must to change your system about the control function. What is the, how works the monitoring committee? Yes, how works this building different issues in this situation. And now I understand if I can to see for my previous few years, I understand this everything, this is experience for us, now help for us to build our next steps. Next steps about the accession, next steps about the understanding process, next step about the how work different regulations in EU, why it's important, how you can to read this document and how you can to implement this. And also, for example, now for us, if I see what's important for us, I see that we continue work, for example, with the process of the first level control. Yeah, because a few years ago, many persons in Ukraine don't know what is the first level controls, because it's not the same how it was in the some of country. I not think this Ukraine is very unique, and I think maybe, not maybe, I think that each country who begin in this process also beginning to change your institutions, change your thinking for management, change your thinking for administration, different process. And also it was a challenge, for the project partners, for the applicants. Now I see that after very difficult few years when we beginning in the Danube program, I see the number, for example, of potential project applicants or potential project partners. Now they are much more stronger as they beginning to understand how it's work, how you can work in the electronical monitoring committee, yeah? And for all of us, it's a simple point, yeah? If you can begin to speak with some of you EU countries, yes, of course, we work with this many years. But for Ukraine, it's a new instruments, but for Ukraine, it's a new steps, and you must to correlate your national legislation system for these rules. And now, when I see our process about the membership, about the next our steps, I understand how the Danube program can to help in this situation also for us. Of course, I cannot take that we haven't the challenge. Of course, now we have a new challenge. It's a war in Ukraine, and of course for us it's also not very easy to parallelly organize a different process. If we speak about some of reforms, for example, inside in different ministers, about the change of process inside in different ministries. Yes, I'm just checking my notes here. It's not a publicity messages. Yes, because you cannot tell this. We change our system for for monitoring. Yeah, and we change our understanding how work, for example, of the member of auditors. Yeah, it's easy for member of EU, but for us, it was also for the. I cannot tell this are big challenges, but it's a much more work important to change this. Important to analyze your legislation system. Important to analyze different EU regulation, and you can search how it will be better work in Ukraine. And in this situation, because, for example, if you can to see to the program, you can see, for example, projects because what you can to see in official internet site. We open a call, we close the call, we have a list of winner of project, we implement a project. But inside of this process, we have many details what it cannot be very popular to discuss. But you must to do this because this car must to drive. And in this situation, if you not will be do this, you can't have a result. And as for me, I see especially the Danube program, it's very unique. I don't want to repeat because many colleagues tell about this, but for us, it's really very unique, this is program, because we have a very good communication, very good cooperation with the different countries. Different countries for the search of different solutions. Where we can member, where we have members, where we have candidates, where we have non-EU countries the previous time. And I really happy to see the one of instrument of European Union, this is program, because it's a place for us for search better ideas, answer for the different question. What I think about our accession process, I think many persons inside in Ukraine who was involved in Danube program, in national level, in regional level, they are also now involved in the process of accession. And I see that this person have a normally background. They know how it's work. Of course, I understand that maybe colleagues from the other country who now in the finished steps for the accession, they can tell me that I'm not sure that I know everything what's important for this, but we are optimistic in this process.
Thank you very much for that. I can say from the Danube region program as is now, that it's been incredible in terms, you mentioned this, the difficulties with the processes, getting the understanding and working with them. But it's been incredible given the context of Ukraine, just how well the Ukrainians have worked with the processes of the program and still being part of projects. If we can go to Marina, perhaps I can pose the same question to you then. The main challenges that you see for EU accession and also how you envisage the cooperation with the Danube region program.
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, the accelerated journey to become an EU country masks important challenges ahead. However attractive the EU may be, the aspiring countries must still fulfill a lot of stringent requirements. And speaking about the most critical challenge regarding EU accession, we may mention on our side the administering of the acquis and ensure its implementation and the policies that follow from it, putting in place measures to reduce brain drain phenomenon in our country and the migration of the population, putting in place instruments to reduce the poverty in the country, deepening and extending the reforms and transformation of the economy designed to create the regulatory institutions, norms, policies, characteristic of a market-oriented economy. And in this sense, the projects financed through the Danube region program have their role in helping the Republic of Moldova on the path to EU integration through the aspects targeted by the program, such as inclusive labor market, human capital, governance, innovations, competitiveness, and others. The Danube region program can contribute, of course, to achieve qualitative changes for the population that will increase their confidence in the EU, improving living conditions, creating links with other member states in the region, and exchanging experience that will, let's say, motivate our beneficiaries and citizens to put in place European practices in terms of transformation and quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Yes, I think it's been very interesting with the Republic of Moldova, just from personal experience in terms of some of the connections which have been made and the importance of the program was around social entrepreneurship and how this concept has been driven by the program in the Republic of Moldova, including things like social impact bonds. Marina, I think you've partly answered this question, but can I come back to you in terms of what is the added value for your country you feel in participating in the Danube Region program? I think partly you've answered this, but I'll give you the opportunity to expand this a bit further.
Yes, speaking about the added value, this program, this EU cooperation program and specific the Danube region program brings all countries together so that they can share the best ways to tackle their territorial needs. And this helps to save time and money, why not? Moreover, the experience gained by Republic of Moldova in the implementation of shared management projects is a unique opportunity to learn the practices of implementation of an EU-funded project from the partners from EU member countries. And this experience will be a first pillar in the implementation of projects from further IPA funds that, for which hopefully we will become they will become soon accessible for Republic of Moldova. However, we can mention a low absorption of the ENI funds from the previous Danube program, which signals once again the problems encountered by the beneficiaries and the still low capacities of absorption and to implement projects from EU funds. And in this regard, we would like to express our appreciation to the program management structures from Hungary for their support, continuous support to strengthen the capacity of the Moldovan beneficiaries and to develop and submit quality project proposals according to the program rules.
Thank you, Marina. Could I ask the same question to you, Ostislav, in terms of what you feel is the real added value?
It's an interesting question. I want to add something few point. As I see added value for us, it will be better to see this process at added value for all of country who involved in this process. And for us in Ukraine, we understand that we can be stronger together. If we speak about the region, we speak about what you can do for this region and what we can do for this region and what is our obligation to change development and to support of development of this region. And for me, Danube program, it says as a framework. It's a framework for implement our ideas, our understanding, implement cohesion policy, implement different priorities. And this is one side. And other side, if we can to see what is added value for us as for country, it's first of all, it's a cooperation with different countries who have a much more better experience, who have much more better different practice, how we can to change, how we can to join, think about our problem in region. And this is unique format, this is a unique instrument as for me in European Union, this is program, because you can have instrument what it can help for you to be better in your policy, in cohesion policy, and also for region who involved in this process. Also, some of maybe not a big, very popular topic, but for us it was very important that we can to add not only for regions, 4 regions who involved in the Danube strategy, for example, but I'm very happy that from this time, from the Danube regional program, we can to add the whole region in Ukraine to be a project partners, to be a part of this process, because it also was a very active discussion inside in Ukraine many years ago. Why is this instrument open only for 4 regions and other regions haven't nothing instrument, for example? And I can understand this discussion, and this is some complicated discussion, because if you're beginning to analyze number of projects was implemented with different regions, for example, you can see the Lviv region, it's also maybe, for example, not in the Danube, for example, in the Carpathia region, Transcarpathia region, have in one time, for example, 50 projects with EU. But if we see about something other region in the central of Ukraine, we have 0 project with EU. It's a very big disbalance. If when you're beginning to discuss with region, what is your capacity? How you see to cooperation? They haven't, for example, instrument for this. They haven't. This is procedures for how we can to join for this. And for me, it's an interesting topic, but maybe not for your question, and I return for your question. But generally, I really very happy that we can to add to Ukrainian participant in the Danube strategy, in the Danube program, all regions from Ukraine.
Thank you, Rostislav. I think that's a very positive step from the program and this expansion within Ukraine. So we've heard a bit from the 2 candidate countries there now. Let's now go back to Brussels and pose the following question. What are and can be the effects of EU enlargement on the Danube region itself? I'll put this to Mori.
Thank you. That's a very wide question. So, to pick out some elements, from an implementation perspective, very bluntly, it makes things a lot easier. We may hear a little bit of that in a second, but ultimately, a program which covers only member states has fewer implementation challenges ahead of it, just from a procedural point of view. On the wider question, there are inevitably in such cases fundamental changes in the functioning and the relationship amongst the countries. You will inevitably run into some tensions along the way in that kind of situation. I recall the enlargement of the EU back in 2004, where you suddenly had very large number of new member states sitting around the table as complete equals in the negotiation process. And there are inevitable knock-on tensions that develop, for example, about allocations under cohesion policy, what are the criteria to be used for distribution. Some of the existing member states may feel that their allocations come under threat as a result. So there's a much wider geopolitical dynamic in play in such situations that very much can't be covered in 2 or 3 minutes. But turning more specifically to the impact on the region as a whole, as an entity, then this is, it links back a little bit to what I said in my opening remarks about the opportunities and the possibilities that this opens up. You then have a major geographic region which would be entirely located within the EU, within the single market, with a huge range of possibilities about further developing cooperation, about taking forward the work across borders within that wider partnership. So, as you might expect, the short answer to your question is a long positive list of benefits that enlargement would inevitably bring, but with one or two words of caution that it will not be unanimously smooth, and there will be challenges even after accession that need to be managed in such circumstances.
Can I follow up there, Murray, with a question in terms of what if it doesn't happen? What if enlargement doesn't happen?
It's another good question, Stephen. I could almost turn it around and say, well, until it happens, enlargement doesn't happen. That's the reality of the situation, of course. But I think, you know, the subtlety behind your question is more a question of timing. You know, what happens if enlargement doesn't happen when people expect or hope that it does? And the risk there is very much one of frustration, of disillusion with the EU as a whole, with cooperation more generally. There is the risk that people start asking, why are we doing this if there is no kind of end point in sight that we have been aiming for? And this has been, I think, in recent years, one of the challenges that we've seen with our Western Balkan colleagues, given the long process of accession that has been taking place there. So that is something that can have a significant impact on, I think, political relations. It would, generally speaking, have less of a direct impact on cooperation within programs such as the Danube program, but nevertheless there are risks involved there. I think the high numbers that I talked about in the first call for projects, there's a risk that, as I say, disillusionment sets in, people kind of take a step back from that process, and there are consequences as a result for cooperation. So this again is you know, one of the key reasons why there is no turning back from this kind of process, because you set in play with such a term, you would set in play too many negative consequences to consider.
Thank you, Murray. Simona, from the programme perspective, if I pose the same question, so what can be the effects of EU enlargement on the Danube region? Thank you.
First of all, it will be much easier for us as a program, because now we are, even though we have integrated all the funds in these Interreg funds, still we have challenges in explaining the rules to the non-member states, and especially the new candidate countries, how structural funds are functioning, because Danube Region program is an ERDF program in the end. It's not an NDC program or an IPA program. So for us, it would be much easier. Also, I think, it's my personal opinion, that there is still a lot from us as a program to do. We have been saying that we are a program that is trying to harmonize policies. And what do we mean by that? Actually, we can have a real contribution to preparation for accession, no matter if it will happen or not, but we have to cooperate with our neighbors, so we have to have common understanding on the economic needs, innovation, social needs, environmental, etc. So as a program, we are trying to promote projects that are helping non-EU countries to align their policies to the EU policies. It is absolutely unique because in the Danube program, Balkan countries, Moldova and Ukraine, can cooperate with founding members of EU, like Germany, even though only 2 landers, but it's still a founding member, with old member states and with newer member states. So they can learn from the experience of all these countries and, of course, learn the good parts and also what was done wrongly in the past. Indeed, we are not political. We are funding projects. And sometimes it is difficult to actually reach the decision-making level with our projects to show that there is this solution, because actually our projects are implemented most of the time by practitioners, and we need to reach at some point the decision-making level. And for this, that is necessary to have a lot of commitment from our partners and a lot of passion, because we know that it is difficult for certain countries to advance the money. We work based on reimbursement. We are criticized for this sometimes, but these are the rules of the structural funds. We always have to explain and to show what is the added value. You advance some money, but you gain more than this. You don't gain a monetary profit, but actual knowledge and possibility to cooperate with countries that have experience in certain fields or certain policies.
Thank you, Simona. Rostislav, from a national perspective.
Great, thank you. Thank you about this question. I will be maybe shortly, because I also fully agree with Simona about this. First of all, course, it's a legislation. It's all directive, all rules of European Union, and of course it will be better synchronized of our development. It will be, of course, it will be better for region. And because, for example, I remember maybe a few years ago in one of place, maybe also some of annual forum, in the coffee break we spoke with some colleagues, with the project partners, and they tell, yes, let's go to do something. I don't know, and it will be a very good idea for all of us. I tell, yes, I also agree with you, but we haven't the function for this. We are not eligible, for example, for this program, or for this case, or for this instrument, yeah? And this is a case where some of person, or some of organization, but some of side in EU, not think about, for example, Ukraine in EU or not. They see that we are in region, that we have all instrument for cooperation. We are open for this. And for us, it's much more important to think about what we can to change, what we can to development. And only the second question, you begin to think, oh, no, if you have this option or not, it's open for you or it's closed for you. And I think that this process help all of us to be much more stronger, to be much more effectively. It can help to change of region.
Thank you. Marina, if we can go to you with the same question, the effects. How do you see the effects of EU enlargement on the Danube region itself from your perspective?
Hey, thank you, Stephen. I will be very short because the previous panelists were covering almost I wanted to say. So just to add one more thing, that EU integration will definitely help us to decrease the level of fragmentation between regions, to reduce disparities between them, and ensure the welfare of the citizens. And the most important in nowadays, I think, it's to ensure the EU integration will help us to ensure the regional stability.
Thank you, Marina. If we move back, I think now we'll head back to Brussels. And ask, because we know there's been quite a period of cooperation now. We learned in the previous session, the Republic of Moldova and Montenegro particularly, were speaking about this period of work which has been done. During this, what lessons have been learned from the regional cooperation measures which have taken place in the Danube region, and how can these lessons help us learn how to address regional specific challenges in the future. So, Murray.
To start with something that is possibly self-evident, but cooperation is not always easy. It's not always straightforward, and it doesn't always work well. And for those of us who've worked in cooperation in this region over the last 25 years, from programme to programme, you know, some of us will have some fairly hair-raising stories to tell about what has happened in the past. So cooperation requires hard work, commitment, effort, coordination, all of these aspects that the Danube programme has successfully delivered over the last 10 years. And, you know, that's a kind of more general element about just how much such work is required to make these kind of regional cooperation measures function effectively from region to region. One of the challenges that we have long had, particularly in relation to some of the transnational programs, is some kind of overarching goal and objective. Cross-border programs by their nature tend to have a very focused approach. We're dealing with issues that are affected by this international border in the middle of our territory. This is what we're trying to cooperate with. Transnational programs have sometimes had a harder job to necessarily justify and explain the types of actions that they've been looking for. And one of the things that has changed that dynamic, in our view, in the last decade or so, has been the creation of the macro-regional strategies. Because the strategies have come along and have provided that broader political framework about joint recognition and identification of what the region-specific challenges are and what needs to be done about them. And from our perspective, this has been one of the key points that we've tried to emphasize in the new cohesion regulations in this regard, is this closer link between what the macro-regional strategies, what the countries themselves, because it's the countries making up the strategy, have identified as actions that are required, and the transnational programs covering the same territory that can step in and help to deliver that. Now, we've always made very clear that the transnational programs are not there to deliver the entirety of the strategies, because the strategies are much broader than that. But particularly where you are looking at that need and desire for transnational action beyond the boundaries of a single participating country, then this is where the added value of this link between the strategies and the programs comes in. And this, for us, in the last 10 years, I think, is where we've been able to take a fundamental step forward in delivering successful cooperation results under the transnational programs, and to make a much more coordinated difference for the people living in the region. But also, and this is not something to be underestimated, being able to tell a much more coherent story about what is being done and why to people outside the region. It becomes also, you know, part of that important external communication message about what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you, Murray. That's very interesting, some of the points made there. I will pick up on the EUSDR with Simona also a bit later. One question though for Gustav, if I may. Gustav's been involved with regional cooperation for a long period, and his work with EU funding dates to when Hungary was a candidate country. I put this question to you. What have been the lessons learned from the regional cooperation measures which have taken place?
Well, the program, the new Danube program is now, is actually a long way process of outcome of a long way process, and this is of course based partly on the previous program of the Danube, but actually transnational or territorial cooperation was existing already before, starting in the late 90s, early 2000s, actually on a much broader territorial level. At that time it was focusing on the Central, Southeast Europe region with 19 countries. And here we could, in a previous contributions, we could hear about how this program is helping or what the benefit of this program can be for the accession countries. Back then, out of the 19 countries in the beginning, there were only 4 EU member states. All the others were basically outside of the EU, pre-accession countries or neighboring countries. And this was a very hard basis to establish cooperation on a broader scale. Of course, the challenges were there, and it was obvious that certain interventions joint interventions are needed, harmonizations, but then to implement this, that was not so simple. EU partners had their own funding sources, while non-EU partners they also had specific funds from other EU resources, but all were separate. And in the very beginning, for example, just to start a project meant that EU partners were contracted in one contract, and then there were separate applications in connection to those projects for other partners from other countries, and then coming with additional contracts. So you can imagine how much effective these cooperations could be. Nonetheless, there were important contributions. And of course, throughout this process, both on project side as well as on the institutional side, many experience could be learned, and for the future, for the upcoming new programs, things could be further improved. First, integrating project calls into a single call, even if there are separate funding sources behind. Reaching that point where now the new program is that, in fact, now in a single call from a single pot, both EU partners or beneficiaries from EU countries and from non-EU countries can take money and start implementation right away. This basically what I would say, that it's a long way process, and learning on both sides how things are working, how things can be improved, can reach that stage where we are. And as Ms. Anne mentioned, of course, there are still things to do, still things to improve in order to ensure a stronger cooperation. This is already an important achievement, I would say.
Thank you, Gustav. I think it's fitting that probably the last question goes to Simona as the head of the JS. And of course, we're here now at the EUSDR 12th Annual Forum. So I'll put the question to you, how has and is cooperation evolving in the region? And what is the added value of the coordination with the EUSDR and the Danube Region Programme?
I remember when Danube Region was set up, I was working actually in Romania back then, and I was part of some working groups. And my understanding, and I think it's everyone's understanding, EUSDR offers a policy framework and a platform for policy discussion. At the beginning, there were voices that saw a competition between programs and the strategy, which is not true, because we are financing instruments and strategies actually offer us a policy framework, as also Morey said, and also helps develop the programs and streamline the programs to be, on one side, to contribute to the strategy, and on the other side, to help each other, the strategy and the program, in using what the program is delivering to the strategy. Because now, actually, we are working rather close with the priority area coordinators of the EUSDR, and we find that it is a benefit for the program and for the strategy that what we are producing, the outputs, the solutions, the guidelines, can be taken over in practice. Of course, we always have to work to improve the communication channel between the projects and the strategy and the program, because we are several partners in this exercise. But we think that in this moment, we have found certain tools that help us coordinate better with the EUSDR. The program is participating in the EUSDR meetings, as well as the EUSDR is participating in our monitoring committee meetings. And all our projects, all priority area coordinators meet our projects face-to-face. When we have the lead partner seminar at the beginning, we invite usually the priority area coordinators. Didn't happen in the third call because it was COVID, but we will start again. And they meet each other. And also the EUSDR understands what are the projects, what they are producing, because in general, we also request the projects to demonstrate their contribution to the EU strategy for the Danube region, as well as to embed the strategy in the proposal, in the actual work plan. What does this mean? This means that they have to demonstrate that they will invite priority area coordinators in their diverse activities, work in cooperation with them, because it's not sufficient just to declare, yes, I'm contributing to the action plan, this and this target. No, I mean, we know because we are programmed along the strategy objectives, so we know we are contributing, but they have to create the link with the relevant strategy stakeholders to ensure that the outputs and the results of the projects are actually useful and used afterwards.
I'd like to take this opportunity then to close out this session. A big thank you to all our panel participants, to our keynote speaker in particular. I think what's become clear, certainly during the session as it went on, is the importance of the transnational cooperation. This dealing with the shared challenges and the problems, not always in an easy environment, but nevertheless to work on these challenges, particularly on specific areas of work. It's the fragmentation issue. It builds this cohesion, limits the fragmentation. It's difficult in terms of the processes, but the messages we're coming across is that once you have got over those initial difficulties with processes, that it becomes easier, and that we have a good road to future cooperation, learning lessons, moving, and creating change. I'd just like to finish on one note. Last week, we had our monitoring committee meeting for the selection of the new projects of the Danube Region Programme. I have to be careful now what I say, I think. But one of the project applicants, one of the ideas which went through, was from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now, here's where I have to be careful. It was a top-scoring project, one of the top-scoring, shall we say. Maybe even the top-scoring project. So on that note, I say, be careful, watch out. Here they come, the opportunities are there, and we are pleased that new candidate countries will. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you in Vienna again, thank you to all and the organisers as well. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much.
And I will quickly move on to our next panel, which will specifically look at Ukraine's recovery and transformation from below. We will also hear how Ukraine and Moldova could be supported on their way into the European Union.
The moderator of this panel is Ms. Nadia Afanasieva from the Ukrainian Institute of International Politics. Welcome, the floor is yours.
So probably, yes, thank you. Hear you. Yeah, now. Thank you very much. So I would like to share this floor with my distinguished speakers as well, because we have today a really interesting panel, which will be held in between Moldova and Ukraine, and they have a very interesting possibility to share with you what they need, what we need, and what are the possibilities for cooperation. So I would like to share the floor with Alexander Nikolaev, Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine. Please, the floor is here. Eugenio Harabara, the Deputy Secretary General of the Ministry of Infrastructure of Republic of Moldova, Igor Studennikov, Center for Regional Studies, Executive Director from the Odessa region of Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours. Somewhere here, yes. Also, I would like to ask Mr. Stefan Ludgenau from the Foster Europe Foundation, the founder of the Foster Europe Foundation and the Participatory Day. Okay, thank you. And also Ms. Nina Chepon, Executive Director of the Center of European Perspective. Please, here, the floor is yours. So, dear colleagues, just to start our discussion, I would like to start it with again with a little bit background. Because in the 2022, the Ukraine has the presidency in the Danube strategy, and I can say that we really appreciated the support of our trio team from Slovakia and from Slovenia, because that time we really had big challenges to have this presidency and to have all the plans that we remained still not really done, but we are very thankful that today in the forum of our Slovenian colleagues who take the presidency from us, we are discussing in a very long panel the bottom-up approach and supporting Ukraine, Moldova on our way to the European Union. So I would like firstly to start with Ukraine, with the first question to Ukraine. You just need to put the button and to answer my question. What are the urgent needs of Ukrainian recovery process and how they could be connected with the sustainable development and innovations we usually are saying about this in our Danube strategy? Please, Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the floor. Thank you for introduction. First of all, I'll try to give you the main framework of our approach to restoration. Understandably, first main goal of restoration and reconstruction is to return to full social economy life for our citizens. To create conditions for them to return to our country and to return to their everyday life. In case of that, the first urgent need is recovery of critical infrastructure for people. It's water supplies, it's energy sector, and it's of course housing. From the more than 200,000 registered objects that was damaged or destroyed by Russian armed forces, the 170,000 is housing. It's private buildings, and it's also this big multi-flat apartments. So to deal with that, we are now elaborating our new approach for housing, our new housing policy in line with all EU regulations, with the help of European Council of Europe. And also we are developing different approaches to all these spheres, like also for energy sector, we try to create the market principles for the generation of energy, for the disbursement of energy, and also this is very important to support our communities, for them to be drivers in all these restoration processes. We are very grateful, and we support in European Union in the creation of this single platform and framework for supporting us, this project of regulation of Ukraine facility. We now working closely with European Commission for development of the Ukrainian plan. It's a full-scale, comprehensive plan of reforms until 2027. And in framework of this preparation, we choosing the main reforms, and all the financing from European side will go through this facility. From the government, we try to establish the fluent, sustainable framework for the whole restoration process. We're creating a so-called DREAM, it's Digital Reconstruction Ecosystem for Accounting and Management. It's served for the transparent implementation and accounting for all projects. Through these systems, all donors and even all the community can see realization of every project from its start, procurement, audit, and all the things. Included in these digital instruments, it's also geographical information system for the communities to provide the up-to-date information on a geographical basis, and also the registry of damaged and destroyed property to verify what objects and how much was damaged. Also, we creating the framework for the regional understanding and regional strategic planning. We developing and updating the spatial planning of territories, the comprehensive development plans for communities, for all these things to be in line with European requirements for reconstruction, for sustainable development, and also we updating our national strategy for regional development until 2027, also to be in line with new future possibilities and European instruments. So, to be short, the main approach is the European Union provides financial framework and ecosystem and monitoring of reforms. The government are providing the digital systems and main strategic approaches, and the communities will drive the restoration. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this. Indeed, just to repeat your point, one of the platforms which could be accessible for you is DREAM, just just search in Google Dream Ukraine and you will see this platform, what Alexander already meant. My next question is to our neighbor, to Republic of Moldova, to Eugeniu. Due to the full-scale invasion to Ukraine, Republic of Moldova was one of the neighbors who really suffered from the invasion in terms of the different points economically at the same time. So please, can you just and at the same time you have the positive way, because you also together with Ukraine you start to be the candidate country for the European Union. So for sure you have these challenges, and I would like to tackle these challenges for Moldova as well.
Thank you for the question. Indeed, from the very first day of the war, Moldova was open and is open to support Ukraine. Moldova has hosted more than 700,000 Ukrainian refugees and currently is hosting around 100,000 refugees. For a country with 2.8 million people, this is a lot. This created huge disruption on all levels, economic levels. The inflation last year hit 30%. The cost of living has increased a lot. Cost of real market, real estate market, and so on. So it is difficult, but nevertheless, we fully understand that this is the price we are also paying for this war. Although not in blood, as our neighbors are doing, we are also suffering from this war. Besides that, the barbaric attacks on the energetic infrastructure of Ukraine also jeopardized and basically created huge energetic crisis in Moldova. And this of course affected us a lot. It questions also national security, economic development. Nevertheless, Moldova is working a lot to support Ukraine. In terms of transportation and connectivity, at the moment, we are instrumental in solidarity lanes, in Green Deal. The railway infrastructure was basically rebuilt at record speed to sustain the transport of goods from Ukraine. At the South Corridor, we are also working on modernization of Giurgiu port, which is also key for the South Corridor. In general, besides that, the transportation infrastructure and social infrastructure as well has also been under pressure. Currently, the volumes of the transit has grown to more than 30%, which is, again, creating huge disruptions and difficulties for local economy, for agricultural sector, and so on. Indeed, there are positive aspects of this, and with all respect to our neighbors, this has pushed Moldova for concrete steps in ensuring, for example, energy independence. This year is the first year since the independence, since we don't rely on Russian gas. We basically almost covered all the needs for the upcoming winter from European markets and a few other sources, but we don't rely on Russian gas. And you don't imagine how great this is, because 30 years, every winter, we were like blackmailed by Russians with the gas, which is difficult. And this year, we finally managed to rebuild the energetic sector. The investments in this sector are still ongoing. At the same time, just before the war, we also did some stress testing and connection to European networks, energetic networks, ENSO, which are now running. And not least important, this is the candidate status, of course. This is a huge milestone for us, and we are looking forward with optimism. And yes, unfortunately, challenges, they also bring opportunities. And I think this should be the mindset in these difficult times.
Thank you, Eugenio, very much.
I can speak a lot about this, but I'm
we
sure
will have. I
Yes.
actually have a very good.
Thank you.
Very good news for all the participants, because we are the first platform, the first panel today when we will open the session for questions and answers. We will have a slider. We will have someone here with a microphone. So please prepare your questions after we are discussing with the speakers. So I would like to go to our Odessa region, and this is one of the regions of Ukraine which has this is the single region of Ukraine which has the longest border with the Republic of Moldova. And I think also the Russian invasion to Ukraine really showed us that we need to cooperate more. So due to your experience, Igor, I know that you were already, you have a great experience with cross-border cooperation. So what are your thinking? What do we need for cooperation between Moldova and Ukraine?
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Thank you for this really important and good question. As the length of common border between Ukraine and Moldova is of 1,222 kilometers. And we have a lot of transboundary issues such as management of water resources, protection of biodiversity, nature conservation, climate change adaptation and mitigation, transport and infrastructure, cooperation between local community in various areas. But we do not have currently a common financial instrument for this. When in 2013 the joint operational program Romania, Ukraine, Moldova came to its end, the program was split into two absolutely different programs, Romania, Ukraine, and Romania, Moldova, which practically have no correlations, have no interrelation, and this is a big problem for us because currently we have no a common financial instrument for cross-border cooperation in our geopolitical triangle, Ukraine, Romania, Moldova, and we have completely no financial instrument for cross-border cooperation between Ukraine and Moldova, and this makes a lot of problems. Sure, we have access to different funding, like, for example, the Danube regional program, which is discussed today, and other European programs. I may give you a brilliant example of a project implemented by our team. This is a large-scale 6-year project, absolutely privately funded, but the mentioned by me European programs do not oriented to cross-border cooperation. And our privately funded activity and our funding opportunity has very precise focus on ecological restoration of natural landscape and ecosystem. Also, we have cross-border activities, and our project covers Ukraine, Romania, and Moldova. Women in the Danube Delta region. This is not a cross-border cooperation project, and cross-border cooperation is not our focus. And this is an ultimate need for such a program. And using this opportunity and in presence of distinguished representatives of Moldova, Ukraine, the European Commission, I would like to call to push this question, to push this issue, because we really need this financial instrument, and not only in terms of cross-border cooperation, not only in terms of the Danube strategy, but in terms of move of Ukraine and Moldova towards the European membership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igor. We really are speaking about this, and thank you very much that you are on the side of the stakeholder who is implementing the project. You are speaking about this, and that you really need this. Thank you for this conclusion. I would like to go to Stefan, because yesterday you had a Danube participation day. we had Danube Participation Day in our Danube strategy, and you definitely were discussing a lot concerning the increasing of the participation of different stakeholders. So what are your conclusions from the Danube Participation Day? How to involve more stakeholders for better cooperation in the Danube strategy?
Thank you very much, Nadia, and thank you very much for giving the opportunity to report and be here. Out of this enormous issue of Ukrainian and Moldovan access to the European Union, I would like to pick only 3 issues. One is the environmental transformation, the other is the democratic transformation, and the third is the social transformation. So the environmental and sustainable recovery and transformation, and this is a double issue. We should not rebuild Ukraine as it was before, but we have to rebuild and develop Ukraine to new standards and new benchmarks. This sustainable recovery is a key element that crosses all issues. Without sustainable environmental recovery, everything is nothing. And it is of enormous importance to address this issue in a way that the local and regional administrations, that the local and regional actors are involved because they know best. They are close to the problems. They are, I look to you, Igor, for decades experienced in European trans-border cooperation, and they know the European standards. The impact of the war on environment, direct and indirect, is almost incapable, and there is a need to register this and to address this in a comprehensive and way to address this, as Alexander said, with comprehensive transformation and recovery plans that are set up in a participative and consultative way. Let me come to the democratic transformation, which is from different perspectives somehow in a tricky situation. On the European side, we are not in a wonderful position. We have democratic debates how to develop our democracy all over. We have it in Europe, we have it in the United States, we have it everywhere. And it's the question, is there a single European model of democracy to show? Should we perhaps pick the illiberal model in the Danube? I think it does not qualify. For export, not, and for other standards either. So there is, on the other hand, some kind of standstill in progress we see. In the democratization, in transparency, and in participation on the Ukrainian side too. And this is, of course, because of the war situation, and this is, of course, because of the martial law. And they are in place for a good reason. And let me add, the war is not only on Ukraine, it's mostly Ukraine that is suffering, but the war is on the democratic values, on the liberal and pluralistic societies, and on our values to live and cooperate among each other and among our nations that are in partnerhood. This is attacked too, so these are our bases where we stand on with the strategy too. The strategy lives out of these standards. And this martial law and this situation, of course, goes to a certain kind of re-centralization in transparency. And the very tricky thing will be to get to deconstruct this re-centralization again and get back to decentralized, transparent, democratic, participative structures. And this should not be done only after the war is over, but we have to address this and plan for this right now. And this is a very difficult and very tricky thing because we want not weaken and would not complicate, but we would like to support Ukraine with these standards, and this is possible. And the greenhouse to do this are the 4 Western Oblasti of Ukraine who are a bit safer from the attacks, perhaps less Odessa or the ports of Ismail and other Danube cities, but they can enjoy the full-scale cooperation of the strategy, and the strategy should address this in a proper way. And this will create very much the raw material we need to rebuild and develop democracy, and this is trust.
Stefan, can I just interrupt you
sure.
to have 1 more minute?
That's
it for this question.
Addressing the social issue that we discussed at the participation day, the most pressing thing is the reintegration of those Ukrainians who were forced to leave. This is a task, this is a burden, and this is a chance at the same time. They learn the European model, they have new and better experience than ever before, and they can be used as a bridge. And again, here we have to start now to engage them in reintegration, and we have to address other key social problems like the traumatization, like the external and internal refugees too, and this has to be started now, and the linkage is here to the EU recovery plan, and it's pivotal to address this social issue now and again with the support of civil society and the local actors who are addressing this already in various projects and with a long experience.
Thank you very much, Stefan. We really appreciate the point that we need to act already now. We do not need to wait for the victory. We are fighting. We are in process. We are very occupied with this, but still we need already to see the future and to understand how to go on. And my next question to Nina. We were already mentioning the communities in Ukraine, and I know that you were working within the Central European perspective from Slovenia. You were working with Ukrainian communities. So please, can you just give us the understanding how you're working and how the war changed your work in Ukraine?
Yeah, thank you, Nadia. Yes, and indeed, we already heard that communities will be the drivers of the recovery. So I'm really happy to hear that and to get additional confirmation that we are working on our right path. So Center for European Perspective has worked in Ukraine with Ukrainian municipalities already in 2018 and 19. We facilitated 11 study visits of representatives of different Ukrainian cities and municipalities. They visited Slovenian cities and towns, and we did that under the umbrella of the Bridges of Trust initiative. That's a long-standing EU program that is managed by GIZ in Germany, and it's implemented by GIZ in Germany and it's called ULEAD with Europe. So we are jumping in a larger program to ensure to provide a good practice and experiences from Slovenia. So in this period of a year and a half, we hosted altogether 200 people that discussed different topics, examined and visited different locations around Slovenia. And these study visits were tailored to the needs of specific Ukrainian cities as part, as Stefan was already mentioning, the decentralization. So we were building the capacities of these newly established municipalities in different topics, in waste management, in protection of cultural heritage, of discussing how the development of communities with different national minorities is organized. We were improving the institutional capacities of these cities. And we are estimating then, in addition to the sustainable transfer of knowledge and also networks that people gained during the study visits in Slovenia, we contributed to also an important outcome, so to apply targeted knowledge in the planning, in the joint activities that are coming afterwards, in large-scale actions under this ULEAD program and with the other EU partners. So it was not planned and programmed only for the study visits itself in Slovenia, but the plans were made for the future cooperation. And in this regard, the municipalities, there were 15 letters of intent and memorandums of understanding signed between municipalities in Ukraine and in Slovenia. And we see this as a really positive effect, especially in the time of war that happened then last year, because we saw that maximizing our effect that we did on the ground through coherence was brought by trust and constructive cooperation among these municipalities already beforehand. And of course, when the war began, the Slovenian mayors were actually the first ones to respond with humanitarian technical support directly to the Ukrainian partners. So we saw that much more than just the study visits were established, so there were long-lasting relationships built. And we are, when where the war started, we approached our Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, and we wanted to build on the experiences we had. And we started with a project that is called Post-Conflict Reconstruction in Ukraine. And we continue to transfer the need-based knowledge and assistance to municipality. And as was already mentioned, not just in rebuilding and development, but also in the modernization. So we are tailoring a program to each municipality's needs. Each municipality defines their need, whether that's a green transition, civil protection, economic development. And we provide relevant knowledge and expertise related also to the pre-accession process, focusing especially on rule of law, anti-corruption, equipping the services with know-how how to plan, prepare, and submit project proposals, as we already heard with this DREAM platform. We had several discussions with municipalities, and they were explaining that this platform is really well centralized and planned and offering good insight into what's happening at the moment, but they have some challenges in entering actually the projects themselves already. So we are really providing the needs at the moment, as Stefan was saying already now, not waiting. So CEP has been working on a similar way or in similar manner with Western Balkan countries, so we are now able to capitalize on all the experiences that we gained. And we are starting off next week with a 3-week mentorship program in one of municipalities close to Ljubljana. And altogether we will have these 5 mentorship programs with 5 different municipalities. And that's all because we believe that municipalities will play a key role in post-conflict reconstruction and modernization. And even though the aggression is still ongoing, Slovenia has been extending support to Ukraine on its path toward the EU as well, and we want to contribute to the efforts of post-conflict reconstruction and sustainable results. We believe that with our own modernization and EU accession talks, we gained a lot of experiences and can have a concrete added value. So we prioritize the areas that are particularly relevant, such as strategic planning, project appraisal, procurement, implementation, and transparency. Mm-hmm. Maybe that in short.
Thank you for this. And also I would like to repeat that we are collecting the questions, so I probably will ask colleagues to make on the screen the slide door, so all our participants can already think about the questions. If we have here the QR code, so you can just go to the Slido and use the number and passcode, and you can already. I will see all your questions, and I hope we will have answers for them. So please already be active in this. And I'm moving to the next point, to our next question, which is how could Ukrainian government urge the EU integration process, and especially in such instrument as the EUSDR, Or maybe we can also use another strategies such as Baltic Sea strategy, especially taking into account that our infrastructural projects are now could be financed by the Connecting Europe facility. So maybe we can go through these parallels and find some common solutions for this. Alexander, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, basically, Ukraine continue to implement deep democratic reforms in line with all EU acquis for the acquisition of full membership in future. Right now, our main framework of our European integration is of course, association agreement that we working from the 2014. At this point, our government fulfilled the 74% of all tasks that was there. And now with gaining the status of candidacy for the European Union, we make even the next step. We did such an exercise as self-screening of national legislation this summer. We, in all the negotiation chapters, we now see what the will be scope of the future work. And of course, these macro-regional organizations like the Danube or other organizations is great platform for sharing the experiences, for sharing the best practices, as for implementation of EU acquis, because all these countries in the Danube strategy, they are both or EU members or candidates. So we, most of us, on the same page, and it will be crucially fruitful, even to hold very particular negotiations and communications. Like how do you implement this regulation or that directive? How do you deal with this article, for example, and other? So this provides very good communicational platform for sharing the experiences and best approaches, because we, and I think other countries also face this thing, that when you are preparing some legal act that changes the market rules in some sphere, this is very crucially important to show all the stakeholders in the market why we need to do these things, why we need to do these changes, why it will be good, why this is lead us to prosperity, and even the experience of other countries, how do they deal with local community, with stakeholders, all these issues is very important for us. And also, of course, the experience of preparing and of using the EU financial instrument, because in this field the experience is very basically main thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. We really, when we are discussing in between the coffee breaks, we really are discussing the stories of those countries who started to be also from candidate status, then they became a member state. So for us, it's also this kind of the experience. It's always a very nice discussion, very nice communication, and really have the possibility to discuss it there. And if we are going to Moldova, to Moldovan government, what activities do you plan for the future? Maybe like very short period to understand how do you go to the sustainable development and to the resilience of Moldova? And especially if we are tackling the European strategy for the Danube region, probably this is the case to start here.
Well, Related to generally to EU accession process, Moldova has undertook quite ambitious reformative agenda and transformational plan. It includes, amongst other, where it puts emphasis on strengthening the rule of law, anti-corruption, de-oligarchization of the economy, boosting the economic development at both national and local level, and modernization of the infrastructure. When I say that, I mean all related to mobility, basically railway infrastructure, waterway infrastructure, and ground infrastructure. So this requires a lot of efforts, but after all, this contributes to overall holistic development of the region and also support to Ukraine. At the same time, the government is also advancing with the digital transformation of public services and private sector. This also contributes to investment in human capital, creation of economic opportunities for younger generation and for Moldovan citizens. In terms of EU acquis harmonization, we also introduced internal national mechanisms for US accession. We almost finalized the pre-screening processes, so we understand the full scale of the efforts required to do that. Yeah, and generally, this process is also requiring a lot of funds and investments. And we look at these investments not as something that we would ask from the donors. We try to shift our orientation from the donor-oriented governance towards a business one, and a vision that would create win-win for both parties, for the country, but also for the European Union as part of the connectivity and so on.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Eugenio. And I'm going back to Odessa region. Very nice region and very nice like community of the civil society organization there. So Igor, I would like to ask you about what civil society organizations are doing in the region. Not only about your experience, but maybe some platforms which you do have in the region and how they are working in the region.
Thank you, Nadia. Well, first I would like to point out that the Ukraine civil society has been closely involved in the Danube strategy process just from the beginning, when the Danube strategy is under elaboration in 2010 to 2011. And I may give you a really nice case of cooperation between Ukraine civil society and the Ministry of Regional Development to produce really good quality Ukraine's position paper for Ukraine's participation in the Danube strategy. And since then, due to efforts of Ukraine's civil society, a few really serious and profound documents have been developed, including a comprehensive vision of Ukraine's involvement in the Danube strategy and other papers. And second thing, which I would like to point out again, that Ukraine's civil society very often brings together people who have really strong academic background, have really good experience in working for public authorities, for academic institutions. And so when we are talking about the contribution of Ukraine's civil society to the recovery process and to the promotion of Ukraine's involvement in the Danube strategy, we have to take into consideration this aspect too. As very often Ukraine's civil society people able to give really nice and really profound, very professional expertise in the different issues related to the Danube strategy, and not only to the Danube strategy. Another important thing which I would like to talk about a little bit, The Ukrainian civil society organizations are currently closely involved in the assessment of the impacts of war on different sectors and especially on the environment. And we have very strong organizations with people with really strong academic background who, for example, now assess the consequences of the Kakhovka dam explosion case, which has become widely known around the world because this is really probably the most large-scale ecological catastrophe in Europe for recent decades. But on the other hand, the Ukrainian civil society is closely involved now in developing scenarios of what we have to do with this. Should we rebuild the dam, or should we to use other approach? And for example, to let nature recover in the area and find a compromise between economic needs to maintain social infrastructure and people's quality of living, and environmental standards too. Obviously, we cannot come back to the situation which was before this case, but that's why it's very important to have a wide discussion on this issue and not only on this issue. And again, I would like to emphasize, as for me, I would prefer to tell about Ukraine's recovery and transformation, not Ukraine's reconstruction, because for me reconstruction is more technical term, as I believe. And when we are talking about recovery and transformation, we mean that Ukraine should change. We shouldn't come back to the situation which we had before the war. And yesterday at the 10th Danube Participation Day, I said that due to these dramatic events, we have tabula rasa, absolutely clean page, and this is very important to understand and very important to have really wide discussion involving civil society, expert community, on what we will write on this page and how we would like to see Ukraine after the war and what really future for Ukraine we would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. I've got already a lot of questions, but Stefan, I can say that several questions are very much on my second question to you. So I will a little bit reformulate if I can. We would like to talk about the needs of the civil society organization in the Danube strategy, but also maybe you can tackle here the specific needs from your experience that you see that Ukraine and Moldova civil society, if they do so, or maybe we have the same needs, the same challenges in the EUSDR for all civil society from all the countries.
To a certain degree we have, but of course the situation differs. Let me answer on two levels, on a general one and with two specifics. The general one is Ukraine fought and is fighting for to be a democratic and pluralistic society. The strategy has to acknowledge this and has to establish ties to all the levels of the multi-level and all the sectors of the multi-stakeholders and multi-sector actors. Yeah? We should not remain only our view on Kiev and the main state actors and state institutions, but on the ground, in the region, especially in the four oblasti that are key participants in the Danube strategy, the EUSDR is something like a field working institution, and they can make the European Union be felt on the skin of the people in terms of change of processes, introducing trust and transparency, and improving even life situation. In order to do so, I think it's necessary that we have more of what, like Nina said, or what we are doing with the National Participation Day we are planning for May in Ukraine. We need more fora for exchange, cooperation in Ukraine and with Ukrainians. And this is the same for Moldova. This cannot be only limited to a Danube participation day once a day, but we have wonderful examples in Baden-Württemberg. We have this one, we have others one, and we need more of the same or more of the same quality and aim. The second thing is the Danube program we discuss today and tomorrow. It is very good, but I cannot criticize the university for not being a primary school. The Danube program is not designed to be accessible for 98% of civil society and local stakeholders. Pre-financing, the scope of these huge funds that are needed, but we need projects 50 to 250,000 euros. And this is absolutely necessary when we talk of place-based approach, when we talk of local and regional structures, actors, when we talk about transparency and participation, we need to put the money there too. We cannot ignore it any longer. Otherwise, we will lose the political relevance on the ground in the regions.
Thank you, Stefan. And my next question is to Nina. Could you present a vision of the future work with Ukrainian communities, and how do you plan to fulfill your plans in the very, very near future? And especially if we are talking about the Danube region as well, how do you plan to gather the joint resilience of the communities?
Thank you. Yeah, we see that Ukrainian municipalities exhibit an aspiring level of self-organization. I think it was quite obvious also when the war started. They invest vast efforts and commitment to further development despite the situation they have found themselves in. They have great awareness of the complex situation that is in front of them. And they are not only, as we said, rebuilding, reconstruction and remodeling, but they are well aware that they will be the ones pushing and achieving also the goal of Ukrainians' future compliance in relation to the EU accession. So what we have seen is that they've demonstrated a critical importance of local human resources, administrative and service delivery capacities in dealing with the immediate consequences. And all these capacities will be just as important as the recovery process when it comes, for instance, to engagement with donors. They will need to be developed in order for subnational governments to meet the short-term objectives and create the conditions for increased resilience and improved citizens' well-being. So less than a month ago, we hosted a deputy mayor from Bucha at our premises. And of course, his stories are terrible to hear, but it was inspiring to hear the strong spirit and determination. They have been sharing really inspirational stories, how quickly they responded and adjusted. And just like Stefan was saying, the people on the ground have access to the people. They know what are the needs, they know the local entrepreneurs, they know the experts, and we heard a lot of examples how quickly they reorganized themselves to reopen the pharmacy, the bakery. So that's why we need to involve the people, the local communities and the local actors. They have a good overview of the needs on the ground, and as Stefan was saying, they can really act quickly when the needs arise. And that's how we are planning to work as well. So we have partnering municipalities in our project currently and are discussing the future ones as well. And luckily we have our ministry that is understanding the needs and the work that we do. So we are trying to find another pair of municipalities that are kind of similar from Slovenia and Ukraine so that they can support each other. We see that as a learning curve also for Slovenian municipalities, not only for Ukrainians. So this peer-to-peer exchange is really important and is beneficial for everyone involved. So what we plan to do is to equip representatives of Ukrainian municipalities with targeted knowledge, with experience and good practice in the field that are relevant currently, but also in the long run for the process of the EU integration, which will allow them to effectively engage in their daily tasks related to modernization and reforms in the scope of the EU accession process.
Yeah, thank you, Nina. Thank you for this. We are waiting to see the results actually from because we can see the results in Bucha already, because it's very close to Ukraine, and if you are traveling from the western part to Kyiv, you can cross this town. So this is really impressive how they are fast in their recovery. I also would like to take the question from the Slido about the how can a policy uptake of bottom-up recovery and transformation initiative be facilitated? So we are speaking in the European strategy for the Danube region about the common policies that we are developing together in all 14 countries. So I think the question is to all of you. So how can EUSDR help in the developing the bottom-up policies, and how the policy can support that approach to communities which we're discussing here? So please take the floor, whoever can. Doesn't mean that you all 5 need to respond, but whoever has, please, Alexander.
Let's start with me. Obviously, any activities aimed on the strengthening the communities are facilitated the bottom-up approach of the recovery. So every activities in all this macro region strategies and organization that are working on regional cooperation, cross-border cooperation, and strengthening communities, increasing their capacity for analyzed, for project management, project preparation and implementation. It's mainly directly facilitate the bottom-up approach as we see it in our policy.
Thank you, Alexander. Anyone? Colleagues? Yes, please. Please.
And this is really important question. And as for me, it's very important to maintain good cooperation and coordination between civil society and the government. And we have really good cooperation between, before the coronavirus. Unfortunately, this cooperation has become not so active since that time. But again, it's very important when civil society and the government, and I'm telling not only about the central government, but regional government to have really good communication, good cooperation, and good coordination. Because as I said before, civil society have a lot of expertise and really good capacity in project management, in grant writing, in fundraising and attracting money to Ukraine. But again, we need a common vision, and we need a really balanced vision of how we see Ukraine in the Danube strategy, how we see Ukraine in its move towards the European Union membership. And again, I think we have to be deeper on this, on this cooperation, and I think that the Ministry of Regional Development really have to initiate again this good practice and come back to good practice when we had regular meetings, when we had regular discussions of how to foster Ukraine's involvement in the Danube strategy. And now we have good online tools. We even it's even not necessary to go to Kyiv and to spend time and money to have a couple of hour discussion of Ukraine's involvement in the Danube strategy and other issues. So I think it's very important, and I use this opportunity to again remind you about really good cases, really good practice in cooperation between the government and civil society.
Thank you very much, Igor. And I, from myself, I'm also from the civil society organization. So, and we are participating now in the drafting the new state strategy for the regional development, and it's open for everyone. So, Igor, you can join if you still not joined. And this is indeed the participatory approach, because we also have these online meetings. It is a big number of people who are there. So, I think we can just share afterwards the contacts from those colleagues who are working in the ministry with the strategy. So, Stefan, you also wanted to add something?
Very easily. There are, excellent cases of participatory approaches to develop regional recovery plans. Irpin, with the assistance of the Council of Europe, is doing an excellent job. We heard yesterday that in other regions, for example, Odessa, it might be less the case of having this wide stakeholder involvement. So, as I said, the strategy has to knit more strings to different actors. It's not only one number to call when you talk to Ukraine. There are several hundreds or dozens at least to talk to. This is not easy, but this is why I said we need to have these fora where we can have these opinion buildings and bring things together. And I think the fulfillment of the Lugano standards that are signed by all European states and the EU and Ukraine and the G7, the standards of good governance we have in the Council of Europe, where we all are member of, they should be applied and should be the touchstone for support, and the European strategy for the European Union should lend its support to the institutions and stakeholders in Ukraine to adopt this and develop it. And we can learn a lot from this development and this recovery and this transformation Ukraine sees, because we have to undergo a similar recovery too at a certain point in a different framework, of course.
Thank you, Stefan. I also, the last question I will take from the Slido, because there are several specific questions about the youth, how to engage youth. This is one of the priorities of Slovenian presidency, so I cannot ignore these questions, and there are several from the Slido. So how could educated young people could be recognized by local authorities to work in writing and implementing the projects for the EU funds, and in particular, probably if we're transferring this experience to Moldova and Ukraine, maybe any ideas how you can involve educated youth from Moldova and from Ukraine to support the communities in writing projects, or the ministry in consulting in such sense. So please just feel free to. Eugene.
I will just say that in this specific process, civil society plays a crucial role. If you embed this kind of participatory mechanism in the policy making, the more you do it, the better policies you have, the more inclusive they are, more legitimate and validated with the citizens. And if you do it properly and the youth see that, not only you, but generally the citizens can feel that their voice is heard and taken into account, then the better you promote that and create interest for youth to participate in the act of governance in general. Then, of course, I would agree with Stefan. You need proper tools to do that, proper funding, proper instruments, and those instruments should be also adapted to the scale. You cannot provide big calls, for example, for small organization. You have to adjust them accordingly. So I would agree on that point as well.
Thank you, Eugenio. Alexander?
I just add a little bit. First of all, I completely support the position of colleague, and of course, to involve the youth, we need to be as transparent and as open as possible for all these NGO organizations that are interested themselves in recovery processes, and surely we need to create some instrument of involving them, and also instrument to show them their impact, so they can see that there are results of their actions that will encourage them to multiply efforts.
Yes, thank you for this point. And okay, so okay.
I think youth is like water, you know. They are enormously active and they find niches. We just have to allow them. And we should enable youth to let them do the things. Yeah, Nadja, Nina, sorry, It's not our age. They should do it. And we have a huge treasure with millions of Ukrainian refugees living in Europe, and a lot of kids are there, and they still maintain their connections at home. So if we are clever and we enable them to establish these connections and use them for a recovery and a transformation at home, what else do we need?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, just
to add one more thing, it was somehow discussed today, but I would like to emphasize that disinformation generally is a huge threat in working with youth, and the communication we have with this part of society is very often affected and disrupted by disinformation. I think in current days, this is a huge challenge, not only in Moldova. For example, we face cyber threats, disinformation on a daily basis. And I think this is relevant for all countries. But this is specifically relevant also in the communication with youth, because if we don't communicate properly with youth, then the destructive force will communicate in their way, but the message would be totally different. So I think the soonest we realize this threat, and the soonest we take serious measures about that, the best would this would increase the chances that we have youth with a healthy mindset, with good aspirations, and with good values in general.
Yes, thank you, Eugenio, for this. And just to finalize the session, I would like to ask all of you like a very short message to motivate ourselves, because we are discussing the challenges, we are discussing the problems, but we will really need the motivation from one to each other. So just a very, very kick-off message to our participants. How can we proceed? What should we do? And several seconds only, please. Just a very, very short message. Who can start, please? Yes.
I will say 3 words: unity, cooperation, and solidarity. I think these are the key words that we should
follow.
Follow, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugenio. Alexander?
I strongly believe that if we really want to, that work that we have started will be fruitful. It's all in our hands.
Thank you.
A few years ago, my distinguished colleague Stefan Ludginauer and I initiated the development of a common Ukraine-Moldova strategy for the Danube region. Unfortunately, it was not supported then. And now I would like to come back to this idea, and I strongly believe that now it's really high time to develop good common strategy for Ukraine in Moldova for the participation in a Danube strategy and on the towards the European Union membership.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Several seconds. You remember.
By design and concept, the Danube strategy has the full toolkit we need. Just tap the full potential it has.
Thank you. Nina?
I will just say that local community in Ukraine is the guiding force of modernization, so we will do our best with my team to support them on their way towards the EU.
Thank you very much. To summarize, from my side, thank you very much, dear speakers. Just to summarize, we are hearing a lot about fatigue, different kind of fatigue. If sincerely, there is no time to be fatigued now. We have a lot of things to do together. We have a lot of topics to do together, starting from sustainable development, circular economy, environment, and human capital. And our great platform as the Danube strategy already showed that we are effective in this. We have a great example, we have a great plans, and let's just move forward with the work. I like this idea very much. Thank you very much for your questions as well. Sorry we are not replying for all of them, but they are a lot. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for interesting and fruitful discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, After so much discussion, we really need a long break. And here it is. You are welcome to enjoy it in the lobby. In the meantime, this hall is being prepared for a very special concert that will start at 6:30. So you are kindly invited to a great concert at 6:30 in this hall. Thank you very much and see you in the lobby.
jadno, če damo en kozarc tole.
Okay, fine.